this season on Sister Wives.
You know how long I've been waiting for this? Woo, I'm about to make a name for myself here. You just make sure people know what happened here today.
Oh, this is gonna be good.
Cause I've been living life right like I could just die any minute. Going for a ride down the side, PCH, country limit. I don't need a guide, follow lights, take me where I wanna visit. Are you alive? Or just breathing?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? If you guys can hear me now, give me a 1. This is why I ask every time when people ask me, James, why do you do that? Why do you always say that? All right, I see some ones. Welcome. What I said before when you guys couldn't hear me, but apparently could see me was welcome to the show. Welcome to the after party. As you can see, I still got the same old look. I'm going through my stuff, finished up some good business. So this week, when I took off, had some things that I had to nail down. Going into the next year, new look, new James. We're going to have a new show, new format. It's going to be awesome. Got some things popping that hopefully everybody will enjoy. Hopefully you guys are here and you will be entertained. Give me all the spoilers, Mama Cat. Well, I'm going to tell you this, Mama Cat. Right off the rip, there's some things about this particular episode. When you watch it, you will be cursing. Even if you're not a cursor, you will be speaking French. You're going to be talking sailor. However you phrase it, you will be doing that. Because so much of this show was just crazy talk. It was crazy time. It's at the point now where honestly, and this is one of the things where, like I was talking about some of my plans for moving into next year and how I'm going to address everything moving forward. I'm not going to be as sister wife centric moving into the next year. So I'm going to branch out and start doing some things differently just because a lot of what they're doing is starting to grate on me a little bit. And I didn't realize it until like they gave us a little break last week. They gave us some time off and I really had an opportunity to think about it. And where I am in the show, they aren't presenting any new ideas. There's nothing new happening on the show. They're just recycling the same old storylines and kind of, in some cases, I will be more specific. Cody and Robin, they're giving us nothing. They're on a show literally giving us nothing. They're going back, trying to redefine, reimagine, and reinvent things that they've done before on the show that we've all watched. This reminds me heavily of when you have an argument or a disagreement with somebody and you say something or do something that really stumps them and they feel like they lost that argument. So 3 weeks, 3 months, 3 years later, when you guys are sitting around having a discussion or a talk or whatever, they come back and they want to try to reinvent the argument that you had that they felt like they lost, where they look bad or whatever. So they try to come back and remember? And then they try to, change some things, augment some of the reality so that way they appear to be right. And that's what we're watching with Robin and Cody. We're watching them recreate the history that has already been laid as far as the sister wife lore is set. Instead of you going back trying to convince us that the thing we watched you do on previous episodes and we have negative feelings towards those things, instead of you going back trying to tell us that we were wrong in our assessment of those things, create new memories, create new events, create new circumstances so that way we can see at least some kind of developmental arc. But when you go back and try to tell us the story, first and foremost, the only thing you're doing is reminding us of all the crap stuff you did. That's what they did tonight. As I'm watching Meri talk about her divorce from Cody and how it affected her. And then, welcome to the club, Meri. About damn time you started figuring it out. It was always a plan to get you divorced from Cody so that Robin could marry her. Welcome to the club. And that's one of the things that I'm talking about as far as like the recycled recycled events of the show. I'm watching Meri sit there and say, I feel like Cody and Robin tricked me into getting a divorce from Cody so that Robin could marry Cody. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like watching this, I'm sitting there, my whole brain was like, you just figured that out? We've been knew that. Everybody who watches the show, when it happened, knew that you were getting yanked. We all knew that you were getting joked. Like they were, I couldn't express it any clearer. That this was the plan. Robin comes in, expresses to Meri that she needs to divorce Cody so that she can marry Cody and the family could adopt her kids. Then Robin turns right around and says, I never said that. I don't know why they said that. Meri brought that up. You gonna blame Meri? You think Meri just all of a sudden by herself say, you know what I want to do today? Divorce Cody. The woman who's been hanging on. We watch this woman, irregardless of how you feel about Meri. We watch this woman hang on to this relationship way longer than any of us think she should have. I don't think there's anybody who said, yeah, Meri left right about the right time. Yeah, that was a good decision. Nobody is doing that. People will defend why Meri hung on for so long. People will defend where Meri was mentally, how she grew up. They'll defend all those things and they'll use those as excuses of why it's so hard for her to let go. But nobody, I don't think, if you are somebody, I'm going to open up the lines and we'll have the whole conversation. But if you're somebody who believes that Meri left at the right time, that she held on to the relationship for the perfect amount of time, when Cody was sitting there trying to kick her out and treating her bad and treating her shabbily, she should have ignored what Cody was doing because she should have held on to the marriage. If you're one of those people, please call in because I would love to talk to you. I'm not talking about somebody who's going to tell me about how Meri suffered from postpartum stress and how she was stressed out like she had Stockholm syndrome or she was, involved in a cult and that's why she did it. No. I'm saying that you're looking at this situation objectively. You say objectively she stood in a situation the perfect amount of time. Nobody believes that. Meri went through hell. Meri went through hell trying to stay committed to this man in this relationship. There's no way in the world you could convince me. She's still in a situation where I believe me personally, that if Cody came back and he really, like maybe not now, because she turned that corner. But initially when they first got the dissolvement of the marriage, the separation or the break or whatever it was from the church, the release, when she initially got that, if Cody would have went back when he was standing in that house and he was saying goodbye to her and he would have looked at her and said, you know what, Meri, I made a terrible mistake. I really want to try to work things out. At that point, when she was standing there with Nathan and Jen, she would have did it. She would have tried to work it out with Cody. She was that committed to that relationship. She was in it deep. Okay? You can't tell me that woman decided all of a sudden by her lonesome that divorcing Cody was a thing that she wanted to do, especially when they were had a troubled relationship. Then Cody oh my goodness. Like this shit is so crazy. Pardon my French, but this shit is crazy. This is cray-cray. Okay? Cody is like, she's sitting there saying that the reason why she divorced Cody was because Robin came to her and started talking about if Meri divorces Cody, Cody could adopt her kids. And then you start filling up the backstory about how Cody needs to adopt the kids and how the baby daddy ain't doing nothing and how terrible he was to her. And this is why, she needs to, let Cody adopt the kids, and we got to make sure we keep the kids. And now she's singing the song that the reason I wanted Cody to adopt the kids was in case something happens to me, that the wives who I say have been mistreating my children the entire freaking time will have custody of my children. What the fuck? What are we talking about? That makes no damn sense. Everything Robin says on this show makes zero sense for the show. At least if you're going to try to create this alternate universe, at least have an understanding of what you've already done on the show. Go back and watch the freaking show, you crazy ass lady. Your Pop-Tart? What are you talking about, your Fruit Loop? You don't just sit there and just create a whole reality out of cloth, and just because it fell out of your mouth, all of a sudden the audience is supposed to go with it. And this is directly at these people. If you are in a situation where you're trying to create from the production side, you want to say that nobody knows you. We just watched the show. We have no idea about you. It's the show, blah, blah, blah. Make the show good. Have the characters be consistent. If that's your story, if that's your line, then make sure you're consistent with the characters that you portray. Otherwise, you're doing the show, yourself, as well as the audience a disservice by putting yourself in a position where you're trying to pretend that you're going to reinvent the history of the show, the things that have already been laid. We watched you complain about the father. We watched you sit there and cry and talk about how you can't continue anymore. I'm telling you what, I'm going to make videos this week because that's part of the new format that I'm going to be working on. I'm going to release videos all week, whether I got to do voiceover or not. But I'm doing videos, and I want to go into depth, and I'm giving you the raw unfiltered James. There's no more of this Mr. Nice Guy. Fuck that. It's out the window. I'm done with it, okay? I'm just going to say what I think because clearly you people, the Brown family, just do whatever y'all want to do, and you think we're dumb? No. I'm not giving any more grace. So if you do something crazy, you get on TV and you try to say that something ain't something, then guess what? James is bringing them receipts, and I'm going to demonstrate what it is that happened during the course of the show and why you messed it up. This is that point in which, like some producers, when they do the quest for money, they come out with a TV show or a movie, and they set up, because of the movie, the way the movie is set up, they set up rules for this particular universe, this particular story. And then because of whatever pull or social pull or whatever happens during the course of the first movie to the second or third movie, then all of a sudden they want to change all the rules and ignore the rules. You can't do that. That's called shit storytelling. You can't change the rules midstream. If you had these people you had Meri divorce Cody so that Cody could adopt your kids, then stand on that. Yes, I did what I needed to do to protect my children. Stand on that. There's something valuable and, to be honest with you, noble about that. It's crap that you did it to a person, that you screwed her over, but there's something that you could arguably say is noble about that. But when you sit there and lie about it, oh no, I never wanted to be the legal wife of Cody. Then why were you crying and thanking Meri that she did it for you and your kids? Why did you marry Cody legally if you never wanted to marry him? There's nothing in the book anywhere that says that Robin Brown had to marry, once Cody, the polygamist patriarch, divorces a wife, he must, within 24 hours, marry one of the additional wives, or all the wives are no longer a part of the family. That's the rule. There's no such thing. There's no such rule. He doesn't have to marry anything. If anything, it might be better if he didn't marry anybody. And that way, everybody's a free agent in this situation. There is no preferred wife or first wife because there is no legal wife. And irrespective of what anybody says, the legal wife is the preferred wife because she's the one who carries all the rights in the family. If Cody were to fall down a flight of freaking steps and bust his ass over and over and over again, oh Lord Jesus, help me, please, Lord, please, my shoe. And he goes down the steps and he goes unconscious, or he might even be conscious. When he gets to the hospital, his wife gets to determine who goes into the room to see him. His wife gets to determine what type of medication he gets, what kind of medical treatment he receives, whether he's DNR, whether he's do not resuscitate or not. She's the one who decides whether they kick the plug up out the wall if it's that bad. She's the only one who gets to do that. It doesn't matter how long Meri was with him, how long Christine knew him, and how many kids he had with Janelle. If Robin is the legal wife, that's the only thing that matters when the hospital is concerned. Nobody else is recognized. So that whole illusion is so ridiculous. I never wanted to be the legal wife. Are you insane? Then why did you do it? Hell, if you didn't want to be the legal wife and it wasn't important to you, but it was so important to Meri, why didn't you get married to Cody, let that divorce go through? Meri, thank you for the divorce. Appreciate you. She gets the divorce. Robin and Cody get legally married. You adopt her kids. Take on that financial burden. Mr. Fighting child support. You know what I mean? How crazy is that? This dude has a child that he's in court fighting child support for, right? But at the same time, he adopts 3 children that are not his and takes on that legal burden. But whatever. Okay, fine. Crazy sauce is crazy sauce. I get it. Whatever. But after he adopts the kids, why wouldn't you just say, you know what? Thank you for adopting the kids. You go get the legal divorce and let Meri remarry him because it's important to her. It wasn't important to you. Oh, but you never did that. Oh, because it could just be too much trouble. Come on. Come on. Do we look stupid? I said it before. I say it again. I might be new, but I ain't brand new. Okay? I'm not. Nobody is sitting there believing that. Nobody believes that. Why would you say that? That was silly. That was the silliest shit ever. And then for you to play it down like this was Meri's idea. Everything is somebody else's fault. When I think of Robin, this is what I hear. The whole time. Oh, she's so sensitive. Oh, this is who she is. This is my quiet, sensitive ass wife. No, this is your crazy sauce wife. She's crazy as a cat lady. You understand what I'm saying? She is insane. Crying all the time. Like, you cannot be that fragile. I'm sorry. And if anybody has ever seen some of the tweets and text messages that she's had with some of the fans earlier in the seasons when she was still on social media and she was responding to what have I ever done to make you think that I was being selfish and I've had Cody to myself? What have I ever done to make you think that I'm dishonest? And she's going back and forth with people. She was not shy. She's not shy. The only time she became shy when she realized that nobody liked her and she was afraid a bone was going to come flying out of her mouth. That's why she shut the hell up. She was afraid a bone was going to come flying out of her mouth because she had all them skeletons in the damn closet. That's why she stopped talking. It had nothing to do with, oh, I'm so shy. I can't talk. I can't express myself. You sat there like the manipulative side that you are. I watched you consistently. Lady, you're not original. You're not new. You're not special. You're not different. I've known people like you my whole life. If you work in any type of business, you work any job, there's always somebody who's sitting in the cut watching the room and getting the temperature of the room and figuring out where everybody is. Those people pleasers, especially in corporate America, those people pleasers who sit in the cut and listen to everybody throw their ideas out. And as soon as the boss or somebody in authority says, you know what, that's a good idea, what do? They just pounce on that idea and they extrapolate and expand upon the idea that was presented that the boss liked. And that way they can kind of come in, and not only do they start to share in the credit for coming up with the idea, but if you're truly masterful at it, you can actually take full credit for the idea. You'll be the one who gets all the credit for, oh, wow, this guy is really paying attention to what I want. He really understands where the business is going. No, he doesn't. He just tells you what you want to hear because he can read it on you. When you got excited about it, he saw that you got excited about it and he just started talking about it more. That's what Robin does. She does it. How many times have we watched this show and she sat there and played the quiet one? I'm so quiet. I just want to hear what you guys think. I want to hear what you think. Robin, why don't you go first? You're the favorite wife. You're the legal wife. Why don't you give us your opinion first? And the wives thinking that somehow they're getting something that their opinion is so valuable. No, all she was doing was just trying to see where you were. Oh, I'm telling you, this show. Like I said, I want to expand my horizons a little bit because, like, these people gonna make me cut somebody out. Let me YouTube is my time machine. What's going on? But I'll super chat. Meri's gonna blow a gasket when she finally puts together why Cody was really driving 5 hours to Robin. Hey, thank you. Exactly right. She's gonna lose her mind when she finally, and it's not even that it's gonna be new news. It's not gonna be new news. This is something that everybody who's watched this show, much like YouTube is my time machine, thank you very much for the super chat, much like they said, it's not going to be new when Meri figures it out and loses her mind. She is just catching up to the rest of us. Okay, Meri's in a severe game of catch up right now. That's what it is. Like she's at that point where she's like, wait a minute. She's starting to put things together. You know, all of a sudden, like she said, she revealed tonight that no sooner than she went down, got the legal divorce, it was weeks later, all of a sudden Cody stops coming around to the house. Yeah, because he got everything he wanted. How much longer was it before Robin stopped showing the hell up? And wait till Meri, like even speaking with YouTube as my time machine, wait till Meri figures out that Robin actually knew the catfish person and her tied to the catfish person, and that is her friend that told Meri that the catfish person was real. Yeah. Look, and I don't want to be that guy who sit up here, like, I do not condone physical confrontations. I'm just merely saying that if I went somewhere, I've been talking to somebody on the phone, and a friend of mine said, yeah, man, that honey dip, that babe, that tenderoni, that beautiful lady that you've been talking to on the phone. Yeah, dog, I don't know, man. She sounds too good to be true. James, she's real. She's raw. Okay? She got that pang. Okay? Dog, she built like a brick shit house. I'm telling you, you will be cheating yourself if you didn't get over there. I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about years ago when I was a single man. Dog, she's real. And I went over there to meet her, and my ass got robbed. Right? And I get there and find out there is no woman. It's just a bunch of 5 or 6 greasy ass dudes waiting in the house for me. You think I wouldn't have a conversation with my buddy who told me that validated that this person is real? update that to Meri's situation. Meri, you need to have a conversation with the person who told you that this guy, Dexter Von Jock, whatever his name was, who you were supposed to be catfish by, who told you he was real and she knew him. You should have had a conversation with her. You know what I mean? I'm not saying. she might have got a tube socket and like $20 worth of nickels. I'm just saying, like, there's no way that this is okay. You got set up. And it's funny how you got set up right after the you get divorced from Cody. So not only did she make you separate from Cody, but she burned the damn bridge down. So you had no way back. Cody had no way back to you because she made sure that she took Cody and she occupied Cody's time. Then all of a sudden, in comes this dude. Not in Cody's absence, in comes this dude. And this dude who all of a sudden is everything that you ever wanted, Mr. Perfect, he gets validated by one of Robin's friends or a cousin or somebody. Yeah, we would have a conversation. That would earn a conversation. I'm just saying, like that's nutty to me. That's nutty, buddy. But let me give YouTube is my time machine a little something. Thank you for bringing that. Telling you, it's crazy how that worked. Oh, we got another one. Shayna Lee 8.999 super chat. I had to give it a pause for a second. About the finding a church stuff. Robin being there and inquiring her daughters was so odd and uncomfortable to watch. They are adults. Also, what about those 10 years on the show? Right. Crazy sauce. Thank you so much for bringing that up, Shannon Lee. The 999 super chats. That's an excellent point. We're going to get into that. Let's talk. We're going to talk a little bit about the church because I had a video that I wanted to do last week where I wanted to talk about Cody's thing with the church. And I appreciate Cody and Robin bringing the church thing back up so that way my commentary on Cody's little interpretation when he was at that dinner with Robin and they were having a conversation about it. I appreciate Cody bringing it up because I want to talk about it. I want to talk about it and I want to have the conversation about it because there's so many things that bothered me about that whole little conversation that they were having. Oh, we're going to go to the church. And I'm so happy that the church is such a wonderful place. And when we get there, it's going to be completely amazing. And we're going to have so much fun. And they're completely accepting of the fact that I was once a polygamist, even though she is no longer technically a polygamist. And even by her account, and this is what makes it so crazy, by her account, she can't do polygamy again unless she joins a church where it's appropriate for them to be able to seal them in a polygamous marriage because otherwise it's going to be inappropriate. So technically, because you're not part of the AUB anymore, you keep saying you want to be a part of something and you want to do something, but you're not in a situation where you can actually do that thing because in order for you to do that thing, you have to be back in the situation you were in before, which you've already completely rejected. Make it make damn sense, you crazy ass. Make it make sense. You're saying that you can't join the church. You can't do polygamy anymore because you're not part of the church. And you don't want to be a part of that church. Because Cody doesn't want to be a part of that church. But then at the same time, you're saying that you want to do polygamy, but you can't do polygamy unless you join the church again, which you have no intention of joining, which is why you're down there shopping new churches. But if you can't do polygamy and you aren't a polygamist anymore because Cody don't have enough wives, so you aren't doing plural marriage anymore because there's only one wife. That's monogamy, dumbass. So if you're doing monogamy, why even bring up the fact that you are a polygamist? And that's something you believed in. But you're going to come out and just tell the truth because I'm an honest person. even though I lied this whole episode. Like, what the shit? Like, this is such off-brand stuff. It's crazy. Okay. And I agree with the whole prospect here that she's talking about. When push comes down to shove, why are you going to church with your 20? They could go to the bar. Okay. If you have two people who could legitimately be sitting on a bar stool ordering shots of JD, okay? I'm not talking about just divine and just divination. I'm talking about Jack Daniels, Southern Comfort, Jägermeister, and the Devil's Whiskers, the Devil's Piss, tequila. Okay, they could be in there ordering that stuff. But instead of deciding to sit on a bar stool somewhere, hell, they could work in a bar. They could be swinging off a pole somewhere if they so chose to, because they're adults. Okay, but instead of them deciding to do that, they could go work with Peyton. Peyton is working at a strip club. They could be the dancers. He could be the bouncers. He could bounce for his sisters. That'd be awesome. Right? But instead of them doing that, all they want to do is go to church. And they can't even go to church by themselves without getting grilled. That's how silly this is. And I got a whole bunch of stuff I want to say about that too. And this is just, it is going to be what it is. like I said, it's going to get raw and ready in 2025, baby. I hope y'all ready for this. It's going to be raw and ready. Because I don't know. Like, I've hit my limit. Like, watching them, like, I don't get frustrated or angry when people lie. Because, it is what it is. Part of the human condition. Sometimes people just aren't honest. It is what it is. Everybody lies, and sometimes, shit, I'm sure I've told lies. I know I've told lies before. Not perfect. It happens. The one thing I can't stand, though, is dumbass lies. If you're going to lie to me, but please don't insult my intelligence. That's where I find insult. When you tell a dumbass lie, that's a critique and a criticism of me. You don't even put no effort into the lie. You just say some stuff. And so when we move into this next year, it's going to be raw. Okay. A lot of my commentary is probably going to be, raw. It's going to be raw and ready. It's going to be accurate. But we're going to remove some of the floweriness from what I'm going to be saying. But thank you so much, Shannon. Let me give you a little something, because I have to, because you awesome. Thank you so much for the $9.99 super chat. Now, let's talk a little bit about this church stuff. Going to church. Gonna go to church. All right. Now, like I said, I'm doing a video. I'm going to do a video, and I'm going to put that out about Cody. Because I have some pointed things that I really want to talk about with Cody's little presentation on his position in this church. I do want to talk about that. But I can't tell you how crazy it is that they have this girl, this woman, this young lady, Robin's oldest daughter, and she's sitting there crying because I was sitting in church and I started weeping openly because people were there and they were praising the Lord openly. Like, we don't live in that kind of country. You could walk down the street literally saying, praise Jesus, I love God, everything is wonderful. Look at the Mother Nature. You could praise any way you want. Nobody's going to say nothing to you. It's not like they dragging people out of the house. Merry Christmas. Oh, hell no. Like, we don't live in that kind of place. Okay? So if there's any shame in your proclamation or profession of your faith, then that shame is borne by you and you alone. That's on you. All right? That's not on everybody else. Nobody is telling you that you can't, you could be standing there, praise the Lord. Shit, this week, I was doing some things. I had to make some moves for me and my family. I had to make some moves. And I'm going to tell you right now, I was sitting there, praise the Lord. That was not me. Some people call it luck. Some people call it God. And for me, it was God working. Like, I'm no shame to my game. Oh, hell no. Hell no, I don't take credit for shit that I didn't do. All right, I don't think I put into place or things happen too perfectly. I never take credit for that shit. That's not me. Okay. So I don't expect somebody to sit there and say, "Oh, James, oh, I'm gonna cry because people are saying praise God and everybody, nobody threw a rock at me." What are they doing to this young lady? What are they doing to her? Oh, I was crying because people came out and they had guitars and they were going to sing in church. And I thought to myself, my sister could be up there singing. What is going on? That is like, to me, like, God bless her. She's a sensitive soul. Okay. God bless her for that. She's a sensitive soul. But there's a point where it just comes off like, how damaged are you that you cry over things like that? You cry because you're allowed to go to church. That's a reason to cry. That to me, and this is me, okay? This is me. I feel like that song. I ain't gonna tell you about that, but yeah, that song. This is me. I look at that and I do feel sadness for that young lady, because to me, that would be my first step. Not saying that something is crazy wrong. I'm not throwing no serious accusations. I'm just saying that would make me take a strong look at somebody. If I saw that and somebody started crying about how joyous they were that they got to be around other people and they were moved to tears, to me, that would be a huge red fucking flag that something else more serious and more sinister is possibly going on. Why are you so happy at basic stuff? Oh, I was sitting in the car and while we were driving, the driver, he hit the radio and all of a sudden music started playing. And I was just so moved. But what the fuck is going on? That you are sitting there listening to the radio and you're crying because the driver let you listen to the radio? Something is wrong. Okay? There's something wrong. If you cry over basic stuff, your basic things move you to tears, there's something going on. And I don't know what it is. I genuinely don't know what it is, because I don't know these people. They're not my friends. I'm not at their house. They don't invite me over for Sunday dinner. And after they watch this, I probably won't ever get an invitation, which is fine by me. However, like I said, if I was sitting there with somebody I knew and they started crying because they were sitting in church, and somebody got up to play the guitar and they started crying because people are allowed to openly play the guitar, what is going on at your house? I'm just saying, that's where I would be. What the hell is going on? What is happening with you that, you know, I was crying. We were allowed to go and we were allowed to openly praise the Lord and listen to music, and it was different. I don't know. And again, there's so much that you can say is happening in the house. Like, maybe, they're like Tracy, they're on Tracy Meri. They're on they're on constant high emotion because of the tension in their household. That could very well be it. But that's a problem. If you have these people, like, you have them to the point, these young women, they are so stressed out that their nerves are frayed. Basically, you fried these ladies. You fried them. They are fucking fried. You fried them. And you have them to the point where just basic things just break them down. You are not setting them up for success in life. You're not setting them up for success in life. And that's where I'm coming from. Like, because life is so much harder. Look, I'm going to tell you right now. Life is so much harder than I have to pick a church to go to. Life is so much harder than I could see my sister playing guitar in front of this church. Life is so much harder than that. Life will kick your ass every day of the week and twice on Sunday. Okay, life is so much harder than that. Real life is so much harder than that. And how are you preparing them to go out and essentially the way parenting, all it is this is like a job. Parenting is a great job. And as part of the organism, as part of the human race organization, your job as a parent is to train your replacement. That's it. That's okay. That's your job. You're training your replacement. So when you go, somebody else can move into your position, have children, they become parents, and guess what they do? They train their replacements. The problem that I have with the way that they have these young ladies stressed out, I don't see where you're training them to do anything but continuously be your child. And I'm sorry if that, if I got it wrong, if I'm saying it wrong, I'm hurting somebody's feelings. If y'all, the kids, Brianna and Aurora, y'all ever see this and it hurts your feelings, that's not my intention to hurt your feelings. But somebody got to tell you, there's something. Look, I had the kind of relationship. I had a relationship with my father. I can go to my father and have a conversation with my dad and tell him about things that's going on in my life. And if it moves me to tears, if it moves me emotionally, it is what it is. And I seek that guidance, that companionship, and that input from him because he has wisdom, because he has experience, and he has knowledge. Okay, that's one thing. But if I'm sitting there and I'm faced with a challenge in my life, and I have people who are relying on me, I have my own kids, my own family that I got to look out for, and I can't handle it, then I'm not a good partner. If I run into a challenge and the slightest, smallest change in my life breaks my ass down like a chair, like a folding chair, okay? Knocks me over like a pack of cards or a domino set. If I get broke down that easy, I am no service to my people, the people who rely on me. And that's just me talking real talk. So I don't see how you're setting these kids up to where they can walk through life and make decisions, not just for them, but for the people who are going to come after them, the people who are going to rely on them, their kids, your grandkids. How are you setting them up for success? You're setting them up for failure. Oh, I can't even go to church without my parents' permission. What are we doing? Like, I feel like I'm participating in setting these young ladies up. And that's maybe that's part of my the vitriol that I have towards Robin and Cody. I feel like they make you feel like you're a part of it. that you're an accomplice. And you're making these kids, it feels like, and I don't mean no disrespect to these young ladies. Maybe they're different in real life, and it's just a show. Maybe they're nervous about being on TV. That could be a possibility too. I hope that that's it. But the way it's coming off, it looks like you're making them emotional cripples. You're crippling them emotionally. You're taking away their ability to be able to navigate the world successfully. At least that's how I'm seeing it. So I don't know. Well, I guess we'll get into it. People disagree with me. That's fine. But that's just how I'm taking it. Oh, that's a good point. Learned helplessness. Yes. And here's the thing. And this could be it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I'm gonna get TJT Pittman. I got you. But maybe that's it. Maybe it's just the difference in how, I want to prepare my kids, even my daughter. I want to prepare my daughter so that way she can walk through the world with confidence and assuredness that when she encounters struggles, which I know she will, because again, life is out kicking ass and taking names. Like, that's how life works. Okay. So when she encounters struggles or difficulties, I want to prepare her and give her strategies so where she can face those struggles, face those difficulties, and be able to make her own decisions on how she should approach those difficulties, stress factors, obstacles, whatever. maybe in Cody and Robin's mindset, they want to, create little princesses like the old timey Disney princesses who are sitting around waiting for, the knight in shining armor to come and save them and rescue them, protect them from the world and provide everything to them like they're little kids and babies. Maybe that's maybe this is their mindset, and maybe I'm wrong because I'm reading the room wrong, because I'm coming at it from a different perspective. I'm coming at it from the perspective that, they're doing Disney, I'm doing aliens. In space, nobody can hear you scream. Nobody's coming for your ass. You got to save your damn self. That's how I'm approaching it. Okay, that's my parenting style. You got to save yourself because you can't rely on somebody else to come and save you. You got to protect yourself. You got to save yourself. Even if you're with somebody and you have a partner, you have to assess the decisions that they make for you and your family and ask yourself, is this the right decision for me? And maybe if they were doing a little bit more of that here, and this is just a criticism, criticism / observation. It is what it is. Fuck it. If they were doing more of that, then you wouldn't have had the situations where some of these ladies find themselves in, as far as being married to Cody and then divorcing Cody and not having anything to show for it. Because when he's telling you this foolishness, we need to go down there and spend a shit ton of money, $1 million, because that's what they were trying to prospectively spend on Coyote Pass. We need to go down, sell our homes that are $500,000 a piece. So we're going to sell $2 million worth of homes for a little over $2 million. Turns out those homes are now worth $4 to $5 million. Oh, we're going to make that bad economic decision and run out to Arizona and pump our money. $1 million of the $2 million that we have on our homes, we're going to put it on land that nobody's ever going to live in. Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. You have to ask yourself, is this a good idea? Does this shit make sense to me? And if it doesn't make sense to you, he has the responsibility and duty to make it make sense. And if it don't make sense after he tries to explain it, then you don't do it. That's the mindset I want to try to arm my kids with. And maybe that's the subtle difference. They're okay with, because it worked out perfectly for Robin. So she didn't learn the hard lesson that the other three women learned. And as far as Cody is concerned, he made out like a fat cat champ. So yeah, it was all good. It was all gravy. So they don't have the experience to learn from the things that happened in their past. Just saying. JT Pittman, what's going on? $5 super chat. Thank you, James. Something ain't right. Those girls came across like they were terrified. Exactly. Crying and I don't know what's going on. And even the idea of when Robin said, because there was a point where Robin had come out and said, well, I want to make sure that we don't push these ladies, these young girls, into doing something that they don't want to do. Robin, if you ain't want to push them into doing something they ain't want to do, why'd you take your ass to the church too? Why didn't you just let them go by themselves? Just saying. They could have went alone. They could have, the first time they went, maybe it's a church that they want to be a part of. Maybe it's a church they don't want to be a part of. Why do you have to be there for the first time? Are they like, they go on dates? You going on a date too? They talk to boys. You going to sit there, talk to the boys too. They go to class. Hey, first day of school. Let me drive you all to school and I'll just sit in the back of the room while you guys take your first college classes. Freshman year, I'll just clear my schedule and sit in the back of the room. Talk about helicopter parent. Jeez Louise. Like, let them be adults. And then what happens? I wanted to see Robin's face because the preacher man, when she sat there and tried, and I love this part about the sister wives. They've been doing this the whole time, like season 1, episode 1. They've been doing this, trying to shock everybody they come in contact with. I'm a polygamist. Ain't you terrified? I'm a polygamist. They've been doing that shit the whole time. Oh, I'm tired of people being prejudiced against me because I'm a polygamist. Trying to scare everybody. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah, if you guys talk about me being sexual or my sexuality, I'm offended. But then, you know, hey, I'm gonna pass out these brochures. I don't have enough for everybody. Do you guys mind sharing? Oh, we share more than brochures. That's for sure. Sex joke, sex joke, sex joke. And then when Robin sat there and said, like, I'm a polygamist, and didn't phase the guy at all. And I was waiting for him to say the one key phrase he never uttered, but I know it's there in the church. I know because I can tell by what he said that, oh, we accept all alternative lifestyles. So everything that Robin and Cody have been trying to shelter their kids from because they don't want them around these things exist in that particular church that you took your ass in. They accepted you because they accept all kinds of people. And I want to see Robin and them when they sitting there accepting all these people. And Robin said to the girls, well, I personally, I am going to watch the church and we're not going to give too much of our opinions on what's going on. And then Cody, of course, comes in like, I'm going to give my opinion because I'm the guy who's going to give his opinion. I'm going to tell him what I think. I'm going to just try to take it easy because Cody can't let go. And ultimately, I don't believe Robin either. Because if you were willing to let them make their own choices and make their own decisions, you would have let them go and make their own choice and their own decision by themselves. Because then they would have the benefit of being able to make their own decision. I'm not going to give you guys my input, then why did you go? This is what I'm talking about. The story you're telling doesn't make sense because it's not commiserate or equal to the things that you're talking about. Your actions don't match your words, and your words don't match your actions. Silly sauce. Silly sauce. Thank you so much, JT Pittman. Let me give you a little something. If I can find my Joe, what the heck? What the Harry heck? Oh, Kate. $1.09 super chat. Hulu didn't record for me. Grateful for this recap. Oh, thank you so much, Kate. Yeah, Hulu is not been my friend either. These stations, man, it's too much. It's too much. But thank you so much. I'm gonna give you a round. Tell you, it's crazy sauce, crazy sauce. But yeah, I'm thank you guys so much for coming in. Make sure you hit that like button. Get them likes up. I can't even see my likes. I don't know where I'm at. Oh, 191 likes. Come on, guys. Let's get this likes up. Let's get these likes up. We have about 730 people. Only 200 likes. Come on, my likes is dusty. Them likes is dusty. But yeah, man. Let me see. Oh, there we go. Carmel Cutie's in the house. I see you. Yeah, let's see. I wonder if TLC told Cody in order to keep the show, he needed a new wives or bye money. What do you what would he pick? Oh, yeah, dude would get married this weekend. And he would get married to like some scandalous folks. Because you gotta have high drama on these reality shows. So he'd have like he'd have went down there to the what is it, Secret Lives of Mormon Wives and try to do a show crossover. I'm dating 3 of them. It's awesome. What is this? Tammy Adams. Until TLC fires Cooter and Sabin, there will be no new ideas recorded. TLC needs to cancel Sister Wives and start a new show called Surviving Sister Wives with only Christine, Janelle, Meri, and Meri their new lives. I don't disagree. I mean, I think that it's the show is getting to that point where it's a little long in the tooth simply because, and I'll say this, even with Cody and Robin, It's long in the tooth, and their stories are outdated for the most part because they're not trying to share anything new. They're just trying to share what they find to be acceptable, which is fine. Like, you guys want to play it safe, that's fine. You play it safe, you do little butt balls and all that bullshit. But at the end of the day, guess what's going to happen when you play it safe, y'all? You're going to get canceled. That's what I foresee in this show. Like, if this show, like, this will not, like, I know everybody kind of is going off the idea that this show is going to go for another 2 or 3 seasons. This show will not make it 3 seasons if they continue down the path that they're going. This show won't make it. It won't be another 3 seasons. I don't want to watch another 3 seasons of them trying to recap and reestablish and reinvent and retell storylines that go back to like season 8 and 9. Because that's where we are. I think the catfish episode, I'm going to look it up. I'm going to look it up right now. The catfish episode, drop it on my Jimmy John over here. I want to bet, it was like season 6. It was like, I think it was like season 8 or 9. Yeah, they had the divorce in season 9. By season 10, they were they did the catfish. So it was the end of season 9, the beginning of season 10. And because the first episode in season 10 was Catfish Fallout. So, like, we're talking about something 9 seasons ago. And you guys are trying to just now bringing it up. And then talking about like the divorce, like I said, that was season 9, where A Secret Marriage, season 9, episode 1, the title Secret Marriage, where they're talking about Cody and them getting a divorce. I think that was the end of season 8. Let me see. I think it was the end of season 8 that they were talking about getting a divorce. Yeah. So it was the end of season 8. They were talking about getting a divorce. So you're talking about like 11 seasons ago, and you're just bringing that back and just talking about it and just building upon that very thing. Like, there's not enough meat on the bones for you to do that. And I'm saying this is somebody who does reactions on this show. Like, it's interesting that they have this like little segment where Meri is starting to see the truth, but I mean, she's not saying anything. Nothing was said on tonight's show that hasn't been said several times over on my channel, Reality Squad's channel, Amanda, Jenny from a senior perspective. You know what I mean? Like, they're even Without a Crystal Ball and was it Amanda, Backwoods Barbie? Like, everybody's talked about this at some point. Like, then how Meri was set up and Robin was a part of it and Cody knew what he was doing and this was part of the whole plan the whole time, and now all of a sudden, because it got such a negative backlash, all of a sudden Robin had nothing to do with it and she was completely unbeknownst and she's the innocent child and she's sitting around, the whole time. Like, she's been doing this I've been watching it the whole time, and nobody is surprised that this is what happened. Nobody's surprised that this is what happened. Ada Doom, oh no, what's going on? Dr. Super Chat, what's up, James? What's up, Ada? How you doing? Ada Doom, love the name. That's awesome. Ada Doom in the house. Let me give Ada a little something. Welcome, Ada. Ada in the house. What's up? And then my favorite part. I've been hearing things around my family. Everybody is so jealous of me, and they're saying things that are not true about me. Robin, are you serious? I mean, what do you have, a head injury or something? Did you fall down? Did you get knocked in the head? Did you get the El Kabongo? You know what I mean? What is wrong with you? Oh, everybody is jealous. Look here. Everybody was jealous of me because I was receiving preferential treatment. And here's the thing. When you're getting preferential treatment, it doesn't feel like preferential treatment to you. It just feels like you're getting rewarded because you're a good person. And of course, everything is awesome. He just happens to be at my house all the time. I don't understand why everybody's so mad. We all get equal time. How the fuck are you getting equal time if he's at your house 90% of the time? If there's 7 damn days in a week, for the rest of us, there's only 7 days in a week. If he's at your house 4 of those days, even when you were dating, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, he's at your house 3 days. If you're living in Vegas, he's at your house every day because he spends the night at somebody else's house maybe once a week. He goes over to Christine's house, to Janelle's house. Meri, he skips her because, like she said, he wasn't interested in really spending time with her, especially after she gave him the divorce. So he's really only splitting time with 3 women. But when he's splitting that time, all he's doing is he goes over to Robin's house in the morning from 8 to 6, 7 o'clock at night. Then he leaves at work. He's working. Then he leaves Robin's house, walks across, goes into the garage, jumps in his little Lexus, backs out of the garage, and drives into one of the other wives' garages. And he stays at that house from 7 o'clock until 6 o'clock the next morning. So he's not even in their house maybe a full 12 hours, or he's in their house for a full 12 hours and he's spending 8 of that sleeping. So he might actually be around and talking and moving around for about 4 hours, which is just basic bullshit. And as he describes it, when he got over to the house, because the women were so tired of spending 6 days with these kids all by themselves, when he gets over to the house, it's fun time for Cody because he has to take them out so that they can get a little time away from the kids. But you notice, and here's what I noticed, Mr. Manly Man, Mr. Majestic, 1.5, 18 kids. Here's what I noticed. What I noticed is you didn't get over to the house and say, you know what, babe, you've been watching these kids for 6 days straight. Why don't you go on out with your friends and enjoy your evening and I'll watch the kids? Never, not once, damn it, did he say that, because, it's so important that we spend time together. And somehow, because I am the one that you want to spend time with, I reap the benefits. So what does that mean? That means that when he went over to hang out with Christine because she wanted a break from the kids, and he gets over to Christine's house, they get into the car, they take off, he gets a night out. He gets a night out. Then when he goes over to Janelle's house and she wants to get a little break from the kids and he jumps in the car, guess what? He gets another night out. Then he goes over to Robin's house, and whether he goes over to Robin's house and spends the night, or he'll replace, let's be honest, he will go over to Robin's house, and this is how I imagine it happened. And Cody, Robin, if I'm wrong, correct me if I'm wrong. Christine, Janelle, correct me if I'm wrong. I bet you won't, though. I bet you won't. Here's the thing that I can imagine happening. He go over to Christine's house, they go out. He go over to Janelle's house the next day, they go out. He goes over to Robin's house, he spends the night, Robin's night with Robin, and then he just stays for Meri's night because the other 2 ladies can't expect Robin or Cody to come right back, because that would prove that he doesn't have Meri in a rotation. So he just stays at Robin's house for 2 of those nights. And maybe the first or second night, he goes out with Robin. And then he spends the rest of the time hanging out with her and her kids. And this is on top of the fact that he gets over to her house right after he leaves, gets up the next morning, he goes out with Christine or goes out with Janelle. They come home, go to bed after they went out. They go to sleep. He wakes up the next morning. He drives his car into Robin's garage and he spends the day with Robin. But oh no, he wasn't showing no favoritism, even though he spent most of his time in my house. What are we talking about? And of course, it doesn't seem like favoritism to you because you're the favorite. If you have somebody who has ever been the favorite at their job, maybe they're the favorite child, or any situation like that, they don't see their position as being exalted. They don't see the favoritism that exists in their life. They don't see the benefit that they receive. They think everybody is being treated the same and oh, they're just super fair and they just recognize how awesome it is. You're just mad because this is my life. Or as Christine, Meri, Robin, and Janelle have all taken turns saying, I have an apple and you have an orange. You're just mad at my apple when you have an orange. What the fuck are you talking about? All y'all bananas. This doesn't make any sense. Y'all bananas. It's not about apples and oranges because you're all bananas. You're all crazy. Look, he was showing favoritism for the new booty, the one that he wanted. Yeah, I believe he was showing favoritism. It's no stretch of the imagination. Cody has admitted on several occasions that he showed favoritism to Robin. He tried to pretend as though he didn't demonstrate it, but he said he preferred Robin. How many times? Oh, when I met Robin, a whole flash went through my body and I realized I was in love and I met the person who I was supposed to be with my whole life. But I still treated all the women the same. How the hell is that possible? Again, the part of my frustration with the show isn't the fact that all of a sudden I demand discord and people to be miserable. It's just the fact that I don't like the fact that you guys are telling dumbass lies that don't make any sense if you watch the show. What I would suggest that they do, if you want to self-produce the show, go back and fucking watch the show. Watch the show yourself. Before you start trying to recreate these new scenes for everybody to enjoy, go back and watch the show yourself so you can see where you were. And then instead of you trying to retell those same old tired ass stories and reinvent them, create new stories. I'm going to be 100% honest because this is Keep It a Buck 2025. We're going to keep it a buck. This is part of the big problem with Hollywood productions now, is that they spend too much time trying to go back to the 80s and 90s and recapture old-ass TV shows. They go back and try to pull in old movies, concepts, cartoons, and try to remake and redo over and over and over again the same old tired-ass stories. We don't have new stories. And they wonder why people aren't spending their money to go sit in a theater. You wonder why people aren't spending their time binge watching shows and talking about it around a water cooler like they used to do. That's because we have so many options. That's part of it. Yes. But another big part of it is there's nothing new under the sun. You guys are basically retelling the same old damn stories over and over and over again. And that creates a problem. That creates a deficit. And then when you have a growing audience, the audience watches it. They grow tired of watching the same old story, rehashing every other week. And they get tired of watching the same old characters play the same old roles. Cody and Robin constantly coming back, trying to get people to like them when you're trying to convince us to like you for shit that we knew we didn't like you doing before. So you telling us that, no, guys, you had it wrong. When I did this, when I convinced Meri to divorce Cody and I took her position as the favorite wife and then as the legal wife, no, guys, you have it wrong. I'm actually a good person. You're never. Here's the thing, Robin. I hope you watch this. I hope you do watch this. I might clip this part of it talking directly to you. Robin, there is nothing you're going to say to me that's going to make me like you based off of the person that you were. The only way, the only hope your ass ever has of anybody ever giving a shit about you, Robin, and I genuinely mean this from the cackles of my soul. The only way that anybody's ever going to care about you is that you have to start to create that character arc where you have a shift in your personality to where we can like where you are now. Because the Robin I've watched for the last 19 seasons has never displayed anything that I would care to get to know. I'm sorry to have to be the one to tell you this, but you play a reprehensible character on television. My fault, my apologies. Sorry, not fucking sorry. You're a terrible person on this show. Okay? And you're an accomplice to the mistreatment of these other women, these other cast members on this show. Cody is the chief dickhead. You are his assistant. My fault for the French. I apologize for all the French, but again, I'm just saying what the hell I'm thinking. You know what I mean? That's what it is. Cody is, you know what I mean? He's the ass-holding chief, and you're his assistant. Okay? So no, I'm not gonna. You're not gonna come back and try to redefine and retell the story, and you're not even telling me something that I didn't know. You're just basically telling me that the shit I watched on the show, watch the things I watched you say, the things I watched you do on the show. Oh, somehow we got it all wrong. Like when you kick that damn dog. Oh no, I wasn't kicking the dog. I was merely moving it with my foot. My foot was just moving fast. You kicked the dog. Just accept it, move on. Like there's something, you know what? I'm story time. When I was a kid, I think I told this story before. When I was a kid, one of the greatest lessons I learned as a young man, I was in geometry class with a guy named Mr. Ferraro. And he nice fella. When I was in class, he gave us an assignment. We had to turn in some homework. And when we turned in the homework, you know, you have to pass it up front. He would sit there in the front of the class and he would go through to check it off to make sure everybody turned theirs in. You know, I didn't do my homework, so I didn't turn it in. And there was 4 of us who didn't turn in the homework. He started, my last name was early. So he went to the one guy on the other side of the room, asked, why didn't you turn your homework? Oh, I did it. I guess it dropped out of my bag. You know, the other one, my dog ate it. You know, the other one, you know, I must have got burnt up in the fire when I was saving the orphans, whatever the fuck he said, right? Whatever his story was. And he got to me. He said, Jamie, why didn't you do your homework? And I just looked at him and said, I didn't feel like doing it. I didn't do it. And I was just being honest. Like I was just telling them the truth. I wasn't going to sugarcoat it. I didn't feel like lying. I didn't want to go through the bullcrap song and dancing line. I thought it was a waste of time. Just told him the truth. And he looked at me, still got punished. Still got punished. But he looked at me and said, that is what a man does. That's what a man does. You do, if you take responsibility for the stuff that you do and the stuff you don't do, and you move forward from there. You just accept the responsibility, and more importantly, you accept the consequences. You know what it is. When you decided not to do your homework, you know what the consequences were. You weighed it out. You decided not to do it. Absolutely fucking right. That's exactly right. Cody, you knew what it was you were doing. When you were going over there showing favoritism to your one wife, you knew what you were doing. You knew why you were doing it. This is who you prefer to be with. This is who you chose to spend time with. You didn't want to spend time with these other 3 women, despite the promises you made. Forget that. It was all out the window because at that time, once you met Robin, secured Robin, you had to show you looked like you were getting a little bit of money and your pockets was going to be fat. You thought you could live fat off with your girlfriend, Robin, and everything was going to be okay. But there's a cost that comes with that. And what I don't see is him taking and accepting responsibility. So as far as I am concerned, that's not what men do. That's not what men do. Shit, that's not what adults do. But, you know, coming up, especially I went to all boys school. We were told that's not what men do. That's not how you become a man. If you can't accept the responsibility for the stuff that you do and the impact that you have on people's lives, then you're still a child. And what I'm watching on this show is part of the reason why I'm not a big fan of Robin or Cody is because when I see them and I hear their stories, I see and hear the stories of children. I hear the way that children would react when they get caught doing something that they don't like or that they don't approve of, or more to the point, it's not even so much that they don't like. They recognize that the audience members don't like it. And it's not that they don't want to do it. It's not that they don't want to be that person. It's just that they don't like people thinking bad about them. So they don't want people to think ill of them. So they lie and try to make it okay. Take responsibility. You did what you did. You chose to be with her. That's fine. But don't sit there and lie about it. Just saying. All right, Coastal Diva, have a good night. Probably like, oh, this dude is going the hell off. Yeah. Let's talk about that for a second. Oh, and then him having the cojones to say Janelle would screw him over, and she doesn't even have a house to live in, and sign away her 401k to buy the McMansion for Rob. What the absolute fuck, Luna Solar. I agree with that. I co-sign on that. That's absolutely true. Like when push them down to shove, you know, and that's one of the things that I'm going to talk about in this next video I have, especially when we talk about the religious aspect of it. They want to sit there. They're quick to say, especially now, they're quick to say, "Oh, we were part of a cult. It was so culty." The reason why you guys aren't part of the cult anymore isn't because you realize that the cult was taking advantage of people and people were being manipulated and taken advantage of and screwed over. You're okay with that shit. You're okay with that. You're okay with screwing these women over. You were okay with Janelle walking away with nothing. Pockets flat. Oh, she don't want to be with me? Oh, that heifer can go sit on a stone somewhere. She don't need none of my money. When Christine wanted to leave, oh, I don't want you to go and find somebody and then have that man come after my money. What money is that? The money I've been kicking in for the last 30 fucking years? That money? Is that the money we talking about? Oh, it's your money now. And that, like, to be honest with you, one of the things that trips me out about this show, and I'm gonna keep it all the way live. I don't know, maybe I'm not gonna be this real, but what trips me out about this show, what trips me out about this show is the fact that when you watch it and he says stuff like that, me and my reaction, dog James, like my reaction, oh, what? Your money? What do you mean your money? Oh, like I haven't been kicking in to the pot this whole time. Like I didn't sell my house and threw it on top of this big ass pile of money. So when I get my paycheck hits this bank account. And then when I sold my house money hit this bank account. And then you have the audacity to stand there and say that bank account is your money? Like I said, a bag of nickels. You know what I mean? you about to get some socks and nickels. You know, some nickels and some socks. I mean, a bar of soap or something. Like, oh my gosh, are you crazy? That's one of them. I'll be back. I'll be back. You are insane. Oh, I don't like the religion because I was supposed to be in charge and they'd asked me to teach, but they asked me to cut my hair. And then I realized when they asked me to cut my hair that this is a damn cult. They want me to cut my hair. It don't say nowhere in the Bible that you're supposed to cut your hair. You know, forget the golden rule. Treat others as you will have them treat you. You know what I mean? You know, they say that like one of the earlier pretexts, you go to Bible class or whatever, one of the early pretexts has been, you know, the Old Testament is to teach you how to love God. The New Testament is to teach you how to love each other. Apparently, Cody doesn't believe in the New Testament. He talk about Jesus, but you know, he must have missed some chapters because in his mind, everything that happened in that family, everything that happened was to benefit him. One of the classic things that they had brought up and they were talking about was when Cody would go away on trips. And it sounds like a small thing, and Cody dismissed it as a small thing. When we would go away on trips, there would be a luggage rack. And for those who don't know, it's like a luggage rack. It was one of them things you just open up. Let me see if I can call it up. I'm sure people know. Most of you know what a luggage rack is, but for those who may not be as familiar, I want to call it up so we all know what we're talking about. So, yeah, that did not work. So, yeah, he was talking about, oh, when we go away and we hit the luggage rack, Cody would take and put all his belongings up on the luggage rack. The whole purpose of the luggage rack is to make it more convenient so people don't have to bend over and be able to go through their suitcases or whatever. Cody, the prima donna he is, because he's the leader of the family and everybody should bend and mold themselves to him. He will put his suitcase on the luggage rack and cause the ladies to put their suitcases on the floor. So they would have to go through their suitcases from the floor. They'd have to get down prospectively on their hands and knees to go through their luggage rack. And Cody, of course, because he's the man, you know, his luggage rack had to be higher. You know, he assumed the luggage rack. And I'm sure, you know, like they showed in one episode, he went around each of the rooms and he took everybody's key because I have to have access to all the wives at all times and all that stuff. And they thought that shit was cute. And of course, David, he goes away with Christine. And when they go away, first thing he does is he puts Christine's bag on the luggage rack. Now, here's the crazy part. Oh, IQ in the house. Hey, what's going on? Here's the crazy part. You have Cody and Christine and Janelle amazed and surprised when Christine goes away with David and David puts Christine's bag on the luggage rack. That's the most basic shit ever. Okay? That is like the lowest bar that you could reach. I went out on a date with him, and guess what, y'all? He opened up my car door. He didn't just pull up to the front of my house and honk his horn. He actually parked the car. He got out and he walked up to the door. He rang my doorbell and then walked me down to the car. When I came out, walked me down to the car, said I look lovely, walked me down to the car, opened up the car door, made sure I was inside, closed the car door. Then he walked around the car, got in, drove us to the restaurant, held the door open for me to go into the restaurant. Then when we were being seated, he pulls the chair out, walks around the table, sits down, and then asks me what I would like to eat. Oh my God, he's such a gentleman. So crazy. Oh wow, he's so wonderful. No, that's the most basic shit ever. In Cody's world, I guess it'd be more appropriate. He pulled up. He didn't want to get out the car because it was a little chilly. So he just pulls up. He honks the horn. Beep, beep. She comes walking out. She walks around the car. He tells her the door is open. Hop in. He doesn't even reach over and try to open the door for her. He just, come on. It's cold out here. Then when she get in the car, close the door. It's chilly. He drives up to the restaurant. Hold the door open for her. No. He pulls up in front of the restaurant. He walks up to the door. I guess Christine, Janelle, or Meri have to get out of the car. They go over, open the door for Cody so he can go in. Then they go back into the car. They drive to the parking space, walk to the restaurant. And then when Cody goes into the restaurant, they pull a chair out for him, let him sit down. And then they just order 2 of whatever he wants so that way he can pick off their plate. Because, you know, you got to make sure he's full. And then they do the reverse when he gets home. Like, that's what, like, is that what it is? Is that like how it works? Craziness. And that's where I'm at. But I just, when I heard that, one of the things that bothers me with Cody's whole thing here is the idea that this is how he did this and he made excuses as to why it's okay. Oh yeah, I mean, everybody kind of nitpicks when you get a divorce or you break up. Everybody like finds these reasons why they don't like it. They kind of nitpick every little thing you do. Like, dog, that is terrible. What kind of freaking man does this? I couldn't even imagine a world where I would walk in and I would have my lady bending over, picking her shit up off the ground. I couldn't even imagine a world where that would even be possible. It wouldn't even occur to me that that's something that would happen. Oh yeah, I got to make sure I'm comfortable. Oh, you got to pull the car up, girl. Because I did see that one time. Me and my lady, we went to the movies. This early on, we were dating. We were still dating at the time. We go out, went to the movies, And we went in, watched the movie. When we were coming out, it was raining heavy. Story time. It was raining heavy. Like it was raining cats and dogs, as they used to say back in the day. It was raining. It was raining so hard, it was going sideways, right? We come out. I tell it like, okay, you stay in here. I'm going to go and get the car. I'll just pull up and then, so that way you don't have to get wet. And I'm getting ready to go across the parking lot to get the car. I'll pull up. I get the car. I'll pull up. I'm letting her in the car. I get out, open the door. She comes out of the theater. She gets into the car. I close the door. And just then there's another couple. And the guy tells his girlfriend, I guess the date, I won't even say it was his girlfriend, tells his date, you have to go get the car because I can't get my feet wet. And she said, why? He said, I'm wearing gaiters and you can't put gaiters in the water. I was done. He said, you can't put gaiters in the water. I was like, you a girl, you need to get that car and keep it pushing. You need to leave his ass right there in that theater because he ain't nothing. Like, this is crazy talk. So I couldn't even imagine what Cody's talking about. Like, like it's just, I mean, maybe it's just it's an old school thing, missed that. But what's funny to me is, I'm sorry, I'm a little jumbled here. But what's funny to me is, it's an old school attitude, but the idea of being a gentleman, like you can call me a lot of things, like it. People I've dated before, they can say anything they want to say about me. But the one thing they can't say is that I wasn't a gentleman and I didn't treat them a certain way. You call me all kinds of jerk and asshole and everything else, but you can't say that, oh yeah, James, and they have like this kind of story about me, right? And it would never occur to me that this is a thing that you could do or should do to somebody that you're going out with or somebody that you care about. It wouldn't even occur to me. If I was staying in a hotel room with a random person who is my buddy, a young lady who is my friend, I would let her have the rack, the suitcase rack. It would even occur to me like, oh man, I gotta make sure my clothes are super funky fresh and convenient to get to. It would, I don't know. I'm just different. But I'm gonna open this up. I see we have some guests here. IQ in the house. What's up? You can come up if you like. Let me get the numbers. If you guys would be so kind, don't forget to hit that like button. Get those likes up so my likes ain't dusty. But yeah, I'm gonna put the link in. Here's the link. Ooh. And there's the link. I'm gonna put this in. I'll tag it to the top just so you guys know. When you come in, you'll be met. You'll come into the backstage area where we'll have a staging area. Guys come in. You'll have a little time if you want to talk to me or communicate with me. You can always hit the private chat and it'll just show up in the backstage area where everybody's loaded up at. But yeah, guys, it is crazy sauce. And again, I just want to be completely clear. I am taking not a new approach because I think I've been very honest with a lot of my approaches as far as a lot of this has been concerned. I've been very straightforward with a lot of my my observations. But Cody and Robin have clean worn through any consideration I have as far as like giving them the benefit of the doubt. Like you guys have burned through all of that. Like at this point, it's just you guys are bananas. Like I'm just not doing it anymore. So I just have to give my honest opinion about it. I think a lot of what they did, and especially in this episode, the rack thing was crazy to me, but like the whole church thing was insane. The retelling of how Meri got the divorce, and I know that's going to be a lot of things that people are going to want to talk about during the course of like a lot of the videos that are coming out this week will be about that. I can guarantee it. You mark my words on it, because I know I'm doing a video on it. I know for sure I'm doing a video on that, because that is hands down, it's one of the pivotal moments, as far as I'm concerned. It's one of the pivotal moments within Sister Wives when that happened. So for them to go back and try to put lipstick on that pig and say, oh no, Meri wanted this. This is what Meri wanted. I never, Robin, the victim of ages, Miss. Oh, I never wanted to get a divorce. I never wanted Meri to divorce Cody. In fact, I never wanted to marry Cody. So when Meri said to you, I'll get this divorce so that Cody can adopt your kids, why did you say, Meri, why are you getting this divorce? Absolutely, positively don't get this divorce, because if you divorce Cody, I'm not marrying him. I'm not going to marry him. If Robin was that dead ass about not marrying Cody, she would have said to Meri, if you divorce Cody, you are just wasting your time, and you cause an undue heartbreak for yourself, because there's no way in the world I'm marrying Cody because I don't want to be married. Did she say that? I never saw that on the show. I mean, maybe TLC has these secret tapes that they're hiding away. They had these secret tapes of Robin, like, I don't want to get married to Cody, and TLC's producers like, you have to marry him because he's upset. Cody's crying. Mister, let me see how big that rock is, because other men were trying. So let me get this straight. And let's play it all the way out. Let's play it all the way out, guys. Let's play it all the way out. Mister, I'm afraid to send you to church, not to the club, not to a girls' weekend, girls' away trip. I'm afraid to send you to church without giving you the proper hardware so that all the guys know that you're married. Let me see how big that rock is so that everybody knows that you're with me. That guy didn't want to lock it down in marriage, because we're not stupid, and y'all ain't stupid either, okay? Y'all know that if you're not legally married, that any one of those women who are not legally married at any time can just pack their bags and walk out the door. At any time when Mr. Man had his diesel jean model on TV and in love with her and everything else, and want to be with her and spend time with her, the diesel jean model, she could have met a famous producer. They're on TV all the time, and they think they celebrities. She could have met the celebrity of her dreams, and she could have walked out away from Mr. Cody Man, and there's nothing he could have did to do to stop her. So you're telling me that guy wouldn't try to lock it down with marriage? Interesting. But let's see what folks have to say. Oh, before I do that, let me put my earplugs in so that way I can actually hear what you have to say. That will be interesting. First to the show, ladies and gentlemen, we have. Oh, wait. We do the super chat. Sassy experience. $5 super chat. What's going on, Sassy? Cody is the miserable brat at Christmas. Gets everything he wants, but cries because mama trashed the boxes. Sir, sit your ass down. Hashtag sit your ass down. I agree with that. He's the Mr. Oh, I can't believe I got everything I wanted that was on my list, plus bonuses. But you messed around and got everybody else toys too. It's not enough that I get presents. It's that nobody else can get presents equal to or greater than my own. What are you doing, Mom? You don't love me the best. See, I 100% agree with that. Thank you so much, Sassy Experience. Let me give you a little something.
find my thing. They been mess my whole. Oh no, cut that short. We doing that again. Down, down, down. Thank you so much, Sassy Experience. Appreciate you. Um, let's get to this. All right, Roz, you're in the house. What's going on? How you doing?
Hey, okay. I'm going back to some of this other stuff going on with Meri. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, do you remember when Meri messed up her leg and Christine came to her and told her all this stuff about, oh, Cody didn't give you a Christmas gift. Cody is not treating you right. Cody's not doing all this. And I used to try to defend Meri. I used to try to defend her all the time. But she's an idiot. I mean, not only did Christine tell her, Janelle told her. Some of the kids told her that this man is not treating you right. Um, so what else do you need? Now Janelle came over there to to comfort her. He was trying to tell her what was going on with the property, and he's not going to treat you right. She's still, I mean, she's just starting now to say little things about, oh, Cody is not treating her right. Well, Cody haven't been treating you right for what years? I don't know. I think
Nope.
oh my God, you're so right. You are so right, because he's an idiot. I mean, I just don't understand these women that was with him. I I just don't get it. But this is me. I don't know. But then
I agree.
and then it
Okay.
goes on, and then Christine is seeing little things about him, and people are acting. I mean, I've been reading Reddit a lot. People are acting like Christine is this acting like this princess. No, she's telling the truth about the guy. He's not nice, and I'm quite sure he was worse behind the scenes, because now that company is not protecting him like they used to anymore.
Right. Right. And
His
that's probably
back,
the scarier thing.
huh?
And for him, that's probably the scarier thing because they're not cleaning up a lot of the stuff that they say or shaping it in a way where they have plausible deniability. So they have they're putting them almost head to head. And I think it's almost the answer to Cody and Robin refusing to do the tell-alls all together. Like maybe even some of the sister wives. So if you guys don't want to do the tell-alls together, we're gonna put your comments back to back. And I think that that's what we're seeing.
And I also think I also think that I think they're showing a lot of Christine is because Jared was, I mean, not Jared, what's his name? Garrison was in a lot of that stuff. And I think there was a
Mm,
lot of scenes where he was giving his point of view. And I think because it's just weird how they going, they're cutting, it's like cutting and pasting a lot of this stuff that's going on. It just don't make any sense. I mean, I looked at
right.
today's, I'm like, what is this? This is nonsense. But I don't know. I don't know. I want to know how they're going to address Garrison, because Cody has not gotten humble at all.
No, no.
I mean, with his children, I mean, I would think he would have made peace with some of his children. I mean, he hasn't made peace with any of them. That's some crazy. I don't know.
No,
This
I
is not going
agree.
to end well. This is not going to end well at all. I keep saying that. My friends keep telling me, you shouldn't say that. You need to be positive. No, this is not going to end well at all. I think they're going to have other shows, and they're going to have a stipulation that neither one of them can be in the series. I think Christine and Janelle's going to have a show, and they're going to cut him out. Well, you live in that $2 million home with your love of your life, your princess, your royal cow, whatever she is,
The sacred cow,
her sacred
the
cow.
royal cow.
I don't
I
know.
guess it's the same difference. You know what I mean? Tomato, tomato, distinction without a difference, really.
You think next week is going to get better?
No. Well, I mean, I think you're right on point. Is that at the end of the day, I don't the 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 problem that I have with Cody and Robin is that I don't think that they necessarily have anything more to contribute to the storyline. You understand what I mean? Like
Right.
when you watch any reality show or television show, movie, whatever the case may be, read a play or whatever, there has to be a consistent storyline, and that storyline has to move forward. Much of what Robin and Cody are trying to do is they're trying to go back into the storyline. Like, and this isn't a Tarantino film. Like, this isn't Pulp
Right.
Fiction where you do like the last part first and then you go back and do the beginning of the movie at the end. Like, this is like really the show is moving linearly. And as the show is moving along, they're still trying to talk about, like, they're still pretending like they're in season 8 and we're in
Right.
season 19. So unless they start contributing something to the show, they're dead. They're literally dead weight on the show. And you guys are just sucking money out of production. So the longer they try to tell stories and craft stories with Cody and Robin, the harder it's going to be for the other ladies to move on, because they have to keep going back trying to redress the stuff that Cody and Robin are wanting to talk about, which is stuff that's long settled. Like, I don't think anybody is under the impression, if there is somebody out here who believes that Robin never knew that, or never wanted Meri to get divorced from Cody, never encouraged that Meri get divorced from Cody, and never wanted to marry Cody. If you genuinely believe that, please call in, because I would love to talk to you,
I
because
never
I don't
thought
think that
that.
there is anybody out there like that. I just don't.
I
Not if you watch
did
the
you hear
show.
did you hear Meri when she said um oh he started being nice to me, and even after we signed the paperwork he was nice to me for a couple of months or something like that, she said.
Right.
And I'm like,
Six
oh my
months.
God, you were that starving for love,
Yeah,
girl.
yeah.
I
Well,
mean,
because you also figured that they were having problems in their relationship, and this kind of came up that they were having problems in their relationship prior to the show even starting. Like, so prior to Cody meeting and then marrying Robin, Meri and Cody were already having problems. Part of the reason why I think, and I firmly believe, that Cody and Robin already had something going on
well,
a
wow.
little bit
Oh,
before
wow.
they brought Meri in. But because Cody and Meri were having problems and Meri wanted to befriend Cody and do Cody that solid, I think Cody either convinced Meri or put Robin in Meri's way so that Meri would co-sign bringing Robin into the family. It's kind of like, I'm going to do you this favor. I'm going to give you something that you want, and maybe you'll be happy with me. This is almost akin to those relationships that get opened up with swingers or open relationships, where you have one partner trying to satisfy or make another partner happy, and thinking that if they open up the relationship, that'll be enough to show this partner how committed they are to the relationship, and thereby get some kind of favor from that partner. A lot of times it doesn't work, and especially in this particular case, I don't think it worked. But I think that that's how it all kind of started. You know.
And and Robin's girls. Okay, I usually don't talk about, but those are adults. Have to be on meds. I mean, the way what the first one, I can't think of her name. The way she speaks is always with a slur, and I mean, she must be on the same meds as her mama, because my goodness, some those are some weird kids. It's not that they reading from a script, and they just, I don't know, like little robots.
Right, right. Well, I think that there's a couple things that I think are in play as far as the kids are concerned. I think that one, you could make the argument, if they're showing reality and this is how they are, Robin and them mess these kids up. Like, they're fragile as hell. Like,
Yes.
these kids are fragile. Like, they're fragile as like wet toilet tissue. It's crazy, right? But at the same time, it could also be a thing where they learn from watching their mom
Yep.
the power of manipulation in through tears. and emotional manipulation. So they're always kind of teetering on the point of tears and being upset because it's a way for them to ingratiate themselves to the person that they're talking to and kind of manipulate them because nobody likes to see anybody cry. And most certainly nobody wants to be the source of somebody else's pain.
Now it's just
So
annoying.
yeah, so I think that crying is just kind of, at least that's how it's coming off to me. Like it just seems like it's something that they watch their mom do and be very successful at. And Robin, I would be even willing to hazard to guess that this is something that Robin probably watched her mom do. You know, how her mom gets attention from her husband. When you show him that you're upset and you're crying and, you know, all of a sudden he's willing to do things for you. He's willing to do those extra things that you want him to do.
Do you think that they're gonna get their part out of Coyote Pass? Janelle and Meri.
I think they will get part of Coyote Pass. I don't think they'll get their fair share. I don't think they'll ever see their fair share of Coyote Pass,
Wow, that's too bad.
if that makes sense. Like
I
I think they'll get a cut. But as far as I'm concerned, with the way I've been watching, by my numbers, the way the money has been kind of split up and broke up and already divided and invested in one person as opposed to another person, I think that Meri and Janelle should walk away with the whole of Coyote Pass as their severance.
Oh, but let me say, okay, that's what I was gonna say too. Also, why Cody's really upset at Janelle and Christine. They left that management company a year before Christine left him because
Mhm.
it was something in the storyline. Um, they changed. That's when Cody changed to the other publishing company. Christine and Janelle was already out. They had already
Right.
gotten it because they made it seem like Cody did it first. No, Cody didn't do it first. Janelle and Christine did it first.
Yeah,
And,
the what you're talking about is Cody Brown Entertainment LLC,
hmm
where all the checks were deposited into that one account, and then he would distribute from that account, and that's where they would get their grocery money, their
right.
rent money, and he had used a lot of that account to pay for the McMansion. That's how I understand it. What you're referring to is when this actually happened after the pandemic had happened. Like after the pandemic was going, Christine was getting ready to leave, and uh, when she left, her and then Janelle, when they departed, they stopped their checks from going to Cody Brown LLC. And that's when Cody and Robin, as well as their kids, came up with Dabsart Entertainment LLC, which is Dylan, Ariel, Brianna, Solomon, Ariella, Robin, and Cody. That's what Dabsark is. So that's where their checks are now going. But yeah, you're right. There is a separation in the money. And the reason why they separated the money, part of the reason why they are angry, and Robin wants, in my
They
opinion,
abused it.
the reason why they want them back is because that money stopped coming into their account. They took, if you figure,
They stole a lot of money.
yeah, if they did it that way, at between five people, that's 20 apiece. If three of them left, that means that 60% of the money walked out the door. That's a lot. That's a lot. So they're down. They took a major pay cut because they had access to all the money. And because they had access to all the money with them leaving, with Robin, or so my fault, with Christine, Meri, and Janelle leaving, they took a 60% pay cut. So they're doing the same work for 40%. Maybe that's why we're getting shit storylines, because at the end of the day, Cody and Robin feel like, why am I putting in, a full day's work when I'm only getting 40% of the money?
They wouldn't even get. I mean, they shouldn't even be getting that. I mean, but that's why he's so angry at Christine. Because I never understood why he was so angry at her. And she
Right.
took the money. It's not because Christine left him. She took the money with her.
Right, right.
And
Well,
then,
she not only took the money, but because she took the kids, she
yep.
also took a lot of the storyline, or what I will refer to uh, as the smokescreen storyline. Because if as long as he had kids or he had other family members around him, that gave Cody and Robin the ability to put to talk about their issues and never to have to address their own. So, for instance, when they wanted to show the bad kids or kids being disciplined, you have never seen any of Robin's kids ever disciplined on this show, not once.
Nope.
When they wanted to show somebody's kids being bad, they showed Robin's or Janelle's kids. When Garrison got in a fight with Gabe, they showed that on the show. They showed the instance where Gabriel or Garrison was upstairs and he got mad at Gabe because he was messing up and he kicked him in the room with Cody and Rob when they first got out to Vegas. Or
Yeah,
you see Christine's kids having issues, but you never saw any issues. The only issue that we ever saw with Robin's kids was the adoption and the accident. And like, what's they getting?
and they lied to that. They lied on that.
Right.
But
yeah.
I just think they have there's a lot of karma that's coming.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff happening.
You know,
But I appreciate your call. I'm gonna have to move on.
I'll let you get to some more people.
All right, thank you so much. Have a great night. Thanks for calling in.
Bye.
Bye. All right. So, but somebody else had a comment and I posted it, and I wanted to just touch on it real quick. I can't find it. I apologize. But yeah. All right, I can't find it. So I want to move on. Negler 3, what's going on? How you doing, Negler? How's everything?
Hi, dear. I pray you had a blessed Christmas.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I miss y'all. When I saw the little alert come up, I was like, "Oh, my family's back."
All right.
But I just had 3 points real quick. I had to type them out because Miss Ross threw me off. Okay, I gotta say, normally I could. Well, sometimes I can remember, but Miss Ross threw me off. Okay, first of all, and I'm making a royal proclamation. Okay, I hereby declare that the term Lord Fauntleroy and Robert are now officially and will forever henceforth be known as Lord Fauntleroy and the Royal Cow. Period. Period. Okay, no more Robert. It's the Royal Cow. I loved it. I love it. I love Miss Ross. But okay. So now, if one thing that you touched on, if it's just the two of them, I will not watch the show. It's really run its course. And I think like if you remember like in the 80s and 90s, like the Cosby Show or what was that show? Family Ties or Growing Pains or what have you, like in order to keep the show going that had been on for like 10 seasons, they would have a baby or something. You know, that's kind of what that talk about having another wife reminded me of, you know? So I'm just not interested. I'm really not interested in them anymore. I am interested in their lives, maybe do like a, 3-year update or something like that. But I really think that it killed them being so far behind reality. Like, I understand that it's a scripted reality TV series, show or what have you. I mean, I totally, some of the scenes are staged and all that. I totally get that. But being so far behind, I mean, we've lost an entire person and you're not even acknowledging it. And we've known it for over a year now. And I think that's just where they and I'm not saying it's the family's fault. I'm saying, and I get it that the family might not have been able to deal with it in the moment. So I totally respect that. But I think that's what killed the show. But then the last point I had was that I agree with Miss Roz. Those girls, okay, and I hope I can say this, and please, I don't want to get you demonetized, but also I spelled a word. But those girls are grown AZZ women, okay? Quit calling them little, oh, my girls. No, you have a 12-year-old and a 10-year-old. That's your girl and your boy, okay? Those are your grown women. And that, oh, my son, he's a grown man. he shouldn't be living in a trailer in your, I get it, he's in school or whatever, and sometimes you need to get, but he's living in a trailer, and I know he's got learning challenges, but he's actually high on the spectrum, if I'm not mistaken. So
Right.
you
He's
know,
high functioning.
yeah, he's very high functioning, and he has brothers. He could have moved in with Garrison. If he didn't have if he had done that, then they would have had to move to wherever Garrison was. Of course, but just to make sure he was okay. But see, the thing that concerns me, and you kind of touched on it, is that if they do not stop treating them like they're 11 and 12 and pigtails with hula hoop skirts, they're going to do one of two things. Either they're going to become like old Spencers, like Lizzie Borden, or they're going to just wilding out and go totally left. And and yes, I have a 21-year-old son, and yes, he's still my baby, and I get it, but he's a grown man. I don't know where he is right now, but I know he's safe, and he knows that if he needs to call, he got mama's number. So you get what and when I say I don't know where he is,
I feel
but
your baby's always going to be your baby, but at the end of the day, your job, at least in my perspective, as a parent, my job is to make sure that my kids are, and I call them kids, but I want to make sure that my children have every opportunity to go out and hit life and be as successful as possible. Absolutely. Without me. I want them to, in fact, I don't even want my kids, I've said this before, I don't want my kids to be like me. I want my kids to be better than me.
Yep.
I want them to be better than me, do more stuff, have more experiences, live life and make better moves, smarter moves, wiser moves than I ever made. I want them to have more opportunities. And they can't do that if I hinder them in their ability to be able to make decisions for themselves. How are they supposed to make better decisions, wiser decisions, if they can't choose for themselves?
If I'm hovering around, like, oh, let me fix that for you. Oh, let me do that for you. And think that's the whole purpose of being a parent, is to teach. One of the most beautiful experiences, I have 3 biological, and then I have 2 grandbabies, 1 on the way. But you know what? Watching each stage of their life, like, oh, yesterday he couldn't hold his head up. Now he's holding his head up. Yesterday he couldn't, you know how the babies do that little, like they're on their belly and they do that like little running start. You know what I mean? Oh, yesterday he couldn't do that. You know what I mean? Enjoy the children in the stage that they're in. But once they've passed that stage, move on. You get what I'm saying? I just have it, and I understand being protective as a parent. Yeah, I would love to have my son right up under me right now, but he's a grown 21-year-old man. There's and I just feel as Cody has that same mentality. Remember, he was like, oh yeah, you guys could build across the street from us to McKelty and whatever that weird man's name, Tony. But oh yeah, you guys could buy land and build across from us. No, I don't want you knowing whatever, I don't want you knowing we're having a party, or I don't want you knowing, because then you're going to toddle your butt over and be a killer. I've seen you dance, Cody. You can't dance.
Well, because I think that I appreciate the notion of, like, you have to let them grow up and make their own decisions. But like, even aside from that, in playing into way, like even with the whole, like that whole damn the bag rack, luggage rack, I think that's quintessential. Like, part of the reason why I think that that's so important is because that's quintessential to who Cody is. He lives his life like he's the main character. So therefore, his kids being kids and staying kids is quintessential to his pleasure, and is for him and his benefit. It has nothing to do with the kids and making the kids better, stronger, smarter, or anything else, making them more accomplished. It's all about how he deals with it. And it's easier to deal with them as children than it is to deal with them as adults who have their own thoughts, minds, and imaginations, goals, dreams, and every aspirations that they want to accomplish for themselves. So it's easy for you to limit them, because that way you can limit where they can go and what they can do and how they can impact you. and if they could ever leave you. Because if they leave you, then all of a
Then
sudden, I
they
guess
don't
in
need
Cody's
you.
world, they don't exist anymore because they're no longer in his orbit. And
And
somehow that's a betrayal. It's crazy as shit. Like, this is
but,
the weird part about it. It's crazy.
but you know what, James? That's exactly why he and the royal cow are perfect for each other, because that's exactly what she has done to her kids. And it's not about protecting them from a father that was, physically, ABUSIVE or what. It's not about protecting them from that. He wasn't. It was about, you wanted to get on TV, so you needed to make your move and get up and on. That's all it was. So it's that and that's why she wants to be he wants to be Lord Fauntleroy over the Brown family. She wants to be Queen Royal Cow over the Brown family. That's why she's so hurt that the marriages are gone. She don't miss them women. She misses the fact that she got all the time, that she got all of his time, that she got all the attention, that her kids got the better gifts. That's what she misses. She doesn't miss them as a family. She doesn't miss the pajamas, the Mary's homemade pajamas, or, Christine cooking for like 30 people every night. You know what I mean? All of those, she doesn't miss those things. She misses being top dog in her own, royal tower.
Right.
So that's why they're perfect for each other. That's what he misses. He misses being Lord Fauntleroy of the harem Brown.
Right. That's fair play.
So they deserve each other, and thank God they married each other. Therefore, the rest of the world don't have to be subjected to them.
Yeah.
And when the show gets canceled in the next season or so, we already know why.
Right. Right.
And it's in their like final goodbye finale episode or whatever, I just feel as if everybody blames me. She's gonna be sitting on that filthy bathroom floor, just crying,
Right.
and then cut and cut or and scene.
Right. Roll credits.
Exactly. Anyway, dear, I'm gonna let you go. I pray that you have a wonderful, blessed, and prosperous new year. And again, I miss my Take family. All righty.
All right. Have a great night, Negler. Appreciate you.
All
You
right.
have a wonderful New Year's as well.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
All right. Awesomeness. Next up, y'all, we got Tanya Carter coming to the stage. What's going on, Tanya? How you doing? Hello. Tanya Carter. Tanya paging Senorita Tanya Carter. Oh, I'll come back to you, Tanya. All right. Well, you got Dawn in the house. What's going on, Dawn? How you doing? Uh-oh. Is it me? Is it me? Nobody wants to talk to James. All right. We're gonna go to Sassy because she got bumped. Sassy, what's going on? How you doing?
Hey, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Can see you too. How you doing?
Alrighty. There we go. Happy New Year. Happy New
Thank you.
Year.
You as well.
Thank you. Thank you. So first of all, Negla is killing me with the royal cow. That damn took me out. It sent me. But you are firing on all cylinders. I'm with the chat tonight. I'm looking at some of the notes I tried to write down to be more streamlined, and a lot of them are from the last time you did a lot, but I couldn't stay up that late to hang out with you. But you are firing on all cylinders. And one of the things I want to say, and I think I saw this in the chat as well, I've been saying for months now, they need to all be in the same room for the tell-all. And I never understood why they hadn't been. I thought it was some exaggerated COVID rule. Then I thought that maybe it was something that Christine had wanted. And you kind of explained it tonight. But they need to be all in the same room. Like all this split screen BS is crap. And I want to start a petition that you are the moderator. And TLC does not need the dictator tell you what to ask, like let you rip, because you know the store. the storyline, you know the show, you know the background and the history. So all jokes aside, for real, for real. My comments tonight, other than that, I'm real serious about it though. I'm over the wedding. I'm over the wedding. I'm happy for the girl. Let her be fabulous, but they can kill this wedding stuff. That's enough. It's too
Filling
much.
space for you a little bit. Is that what it is? It's just kind of filling that block. Like what's going on with the wedding? I like
It
the
is.
I'm with you. I Once you see the wedding, it loses a lot of the majesty for the surprise of the dress. I saw the dress on the day. So to see the dress now when she's trying it on and it's not quite fitted right, and it's not
Right.
100%. It's just it doesn't have the same power that it would have had if they would have just even if they waited for the wedding special and did the wedding special
Right.
after this season. I think it would have been a lot stronger. So I see what you're saying.
Exactly. And I think, someone said it, one of the callers said it a few minutes ago, and it makes sense. Maybe they're using a lot of the wedding filler because they got to figure out what to do with maybe some scenes that Garrison was in. I don't know.
Mhm.
But, at this point, they're milking the cow. And now we're having to watch how many glasses Christine chose before she drank the milk from the cow. Like this, okay,
Yeah.
we're doing too
Start
much
pumping
TLC.
dust at this point. It's not milk,
Exactly.
it's dust.
The other thing that I wanted to talk about, and you've touched on this a lot tonight, and for me, it came up 2 weeks ago. The Robin and Cody story of how they met, supposedly. When they started telling that story about how they saw each other in church and had the googly eyes and the heart attacks and all of that, I said then that shit was bullshit, that using Meri to be quote unquote the person that introduced them, I was like, they're telling on themselves. They just told on themselves. It is so
Right.
very obvious, and you just pointed it out, that they already knew each other or knew of each other. They wanted to meet, let me say that. And they needed a legit way to do it. Because I get that they're in a polygamous church or whatever, but if Robin is in the church, why would Cody look at her if he didn't already know something about her? Because you don't know she's already taken. Even if you
Mm,
know she's single and divorced, you don't know if there's another polygamous man looking at her and got dibs on her, however the hell it
right.
works, right? So they already knew of each other. They needed to meet officially, and that's where Meri came into play. She came into play by making the introduction. She came into play. Just so happened that they went to, did she say they went to a party at Meri's cousin's house?
Well, it
And
was like they they supposedly met in church, saw each other in church, and
right,
then they went to uh was it the cousin's house? They were just driving around. They happened to be driving around, and they ran
right,
into they saw her coming out of the house and standing on the lawn, and they just happened to be driving. Cody and Meri happened to be driving by. And they saw
right,
Robin and the cousin stand on the lawn and started talking to him, and then they met like a month later at a party that the
at
church
a
was supposed to be
party.
having. And that's where Meri, the whole time, because the story that we were told originally was Cody was disgusted because she was a single mother who had been divorced, and oh, she was so nasty. She drove a minivan, and oh my goodness, I
And
don't even.
had three
I find
kids
it
already
repulsive.
by another man.
Right, right. But he was scoping. Apparently, he was scoping in church, so that didn't bother him that much. And the kids were with her in the church. So I don't
Right.
understand. Like, if I just as a man, if I see a woman with kids, I'm not assuming that she's babysitting. You know what I mean? I'm grown. I'm assuming that that's probably her kids. And if I'm a single man and I'm looking for a woman and she's with some kids, I'm assuming that's her kids. And at that
Right.
You have to do your self-assessment. Am I okay with being a stepdad? Is this something I'm willing to do? And am I big enough, strong enough, and able to do this? Then that's something that you got to decide then. But you know what time it is. And like you said, like
Well,
this is church.
more importantly, how does she fit into your bigger mission of
Mm,
broadening your kingdom? Because she already has three that she's deposited into another man's kingdom. I'm just going according to their principles and
right.
beliefs
Right.
or whatever. So yeah, so the whole thing, they've been blaming Meri, from day one about the introduction, about, the divorce. And it was just like this long game that they've been playing that is BS. And that brings me to my final point, which is the conversation nobody wants to have. It's easy to blame Meri and get aggravated. And listen, I'm a Meri fan, but I've been saying for years she should have long left. I understand why she stayed. I don't make excuses
Right.
for it. But really and truly, the conversation that we as fans should be having is we give Christine a lot of flowers because she finally got up and she finally left. Christine is just the skinniest of the fat kids. That's all that is. Pun intended,
Mhm.
pun not intended. Because really and truly, she stayed too long. Janelle stayed too long. If you
Right.
just take the fact that, first of all, ain't no way I'm going to be on food stamps with my kids, have insurance sometimes, don't have it other times, on Medicaid sometimes, or not on Medicaid. I got to hide stuff to protect you. And you go marry another chick and her three babies and give them
Right.
protection.
Right. Right.
No, no. We give them too
Yeah.
many props for being the ones to get up and go. I say it all the time. Christine left when she could no longer best Robin. As long as she
Mhm.
was Cody's favorite, she was willing to take the crap. Because she said for years how, when they lived in that house in Lehigh and she was in the basement, how she always felt her kids weren't well treated. She didn't leave then. It took a lot for her to leave, and I give her praises for leaving. But the way we beat up on Meri, Christine and Janelle deserve some of that heat as well. And you were talking about, Cody just being a gentleman. Like I've always looked at his behavior like, why are they with him? He's just an asshole in general. You
Right.
know,
Right.
you
Yeah.
the luggage rack. I saw somebody put in the chat that James ain't gonna let go of that luggage rack. My ex-husband, he and I right now, if he came in here right now, I probably would set his ass on fire, and he would do the same
Right.
for me. But I have to give him credit. He is a gentleman. When we were together, even if I was driving the car, he would open my door, and he has taught my
Mm.
son that. He's taught our son
Right.
that there's just some things, if we're entering the room, at a party or whatever, letting me walk in first. If we're entering the house and it's at night, he walks in first as the man to make sure everything is okay. And we've
Right.
seen
Right.
episodes where, just like you described, he pulls up, he jumps out the car, they jump out the car. Hold up. You ain't gonna even wait for me to get in with you. Like,
Yeah. Oh, if somebody out there in the bushes, you on your own. That's what Cody's saying. You the
girl, you better come
distraction.
on.
Girl, you better hurry up.
You better hurry up.
Like
But
after you get
I
finished getting them off, I'll open the door. Yeah.
but just you're right. The whole premise of everything is, from the wives to the children, everything is designed for him to be uplifted, not for him to uplift anyone. And so, as it's easy to beat up on Meri, because yeah, she should have long left. Like, that suffering, if that's the suffering I got to go through to get to heaven, send me to hell. Send me now. But Christine and Janelle had their own version of suffering. And it wasn't, I would say it's actually worse, because Meri's suffering was on her. Their suffering was on them and their children. Their
Mm.
children went through a lot. And so when we give Christine these flowers, I just look at it like, yeah, I'm proud of sis for leaving. But she's just the skinniest of the fat kids. Like, we all sitting in the Weight Watchers meeting together, eating Snicker
Right.
bars.
Right.
So, but that's all
Look
I
at
got,
you.
my love.
All right.
You
Thank you
have
so
an
much.
awesome, awesome holiday, and I look forward to all the new content you'll be putting out.
Okay, awesome, awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate you calling in. Loving the print. Loving the
All right.
Well, you
All
have a
right. Take
fantastic New
care.
Year's. Take it easy. Thanks so much for calling in.
Okay. Bye bye.
Bye. Awesome. And I want to add on to something Sassy said. Like, I'm not, it's not even so much that I'm blaming Mary. Like, I don't blame Mary for the situation. I understand why she's stuck around. I understand why she was kind of trapped in that situation. I understand what was happening to her. But I do agree with something Sassy said, some of the spirit of what she said with regard to Christine and Janelle. I've said for a long time, Christine gets a lot of praise because she was the first one to confirm for us what we had always said was going to happen. That's why she so much praise is heaped on Christine at this moment, because she was the first one out. Same thing with Janelle. She was the next one out the door, and the way she went out spectacularly, and she did endure a lot, and we want to see everybody winning and everybody made whole from those experiences. Part of the thing, though, and this is me not bashing Christine or Janelle or putting down anybody's experience, but it's just one of those things, and I catch some shit about it all the time, but I'm not going to stop saying it. When push comes down to shove, you know, uh, we can criticize Meri for hanging out and being the last one to leave and wanting to be a part of the family, but at the same time, they were all in the same car. They were just in different spots in the car. They were all going along on the same damn ride. They were all in the carriage together. Okay, so it's not that one is better than the other. It's just that Christine was the first one out, and she received a lot of praises because she was the first one out, and she was the first one who kind of broke the cycle. But at the same time, kind of what Sassy was saying, the reason why she left, we if we really start looking at it, there was a lot of things going on. She should have been gone. Christine should have been gone. Like, I'm just speaking from my experience. I can't think of one woman, including my wife today. My wife today. If I did not even half, if I did a quarter of the shit that Cody was doing in my relationship currently, my wife would be out. Like, that would be my expectation. I would be surprised if I came home and she was still here. I would be surprised. What? You know, I might be sad that she's still here because that means I can't sleep at night. I can't sleep. I can't eat none of the food unless I prepare it. I buy it. I'll bring it home. I cook it. I gotta clean the dishes good because I don't want her coating the dishes with nothing crazy, Lysol or some kind of disinfectant. Washing my shit and rat poison. Like, you know what I mean? I gotta make sure I wouldn't be able to drink none of the juice in the refrigerator because I'd be afraid. Like, if I don't open the bottle, I don't mess with it. And I damn sure don't use none of the glasses and Tupperware. Everything I use is plastic. I eat all plastic forks, cups, plates. It would be crazy. I couldn't imagine mistreating people the way he mistreated people and to be comfortable enough where you go home and go to sleep. I couldn't do it. It's crazy to me. So at the same time, like, these ladies endured a lot. These ladies endured a lot. And so I do want to recognize that as well. But let me give Renee Simpson a little something, something. What's up, Renee? How you doing?
Hey, I almost went to sleep listening to you. How you doing?
Doing well. Doing well. How's
Good,
everything?
good. It's going to fine. Happy Merry Christmas and Happy New Year's. I hope your
Thank you.
year will be better when it comes in. I
I
have
appreciate
to
that.
I have to agree with you on certain things. I think that what Cody had with these women was Cody had control. Cody had mind control.
Mm.
Mind control. That's what he had over these three women, mind control. I always said that Meri didn't have cat sense Meri was so much in love with Cody, but Cody wasn't in love with her.
Right.
She was in
Right.
love with Cody. And to this day, I think if Cody pat her on the butt and tell her to come on back, I guarantee you Meri will come back to him. I
You
really
know
do.
what? And
I really
even
do.
when you say that, I'll give you this. I'll add one to that. I think that it's a strange phenomenon. Did you ever notice that there are certain people who will want somebody, and
Hmm.
the more that person doesn't want them, the stronger their desire is to be with
Yeah.
that person.
Yes.
You know, it's almost like with Meri, the more he said and more he exhibited that he didn't want her, the stronger she held on to him, and the
Yes.
stronger, the more
Yes.
determined she was that she was going to have him.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yes.
so it had almost the opposite effect. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
And she was willing to do anything that Robin and Cody told her to do.
Right.
She was willing to do anything. The reason why Robin, I'm gonna tell you the reason why Robin don't like Christine is because from day one, Christine said that she could not trust Robin. She didn't like Robin. Now she got control over Meri, made a fool out of Meri. She really didn't. Robin really didn't care for Janelle because she always thought she was fat. But the person that she wanted to be friend with was Christine, and Christine said no. Christine would not never give her the friendship
Mm,
because she knew that Christine knew what type of woman she was.
right. Right.
You know,
Let me ask you this: do you think she wanted to be friends? Because there's a part of it. And I just want to get your check the temperature a little bit because I have my own thoughts about it. But do you think she wanted to be friends with Christine because she wanted to be friends with Christine because she respected and liked Christine,
no,
or do you
she wanted
think
to,
she wanted to be
no,
friends with Christine because it was easier for her to manipulate Christine from the
exactly,
friend
yes.
position?
Yes, that right there. She didn't want to be
Right.
friends with Christine because she liked Christine and she really wanted to be her friend. She wanted to be the trick. It's called trickery. She tricked
Mhm.
Meri and she was trying to trick Christine, but it didn't work out like that.
Right. Right. No, I agree. I agree.
It didn't work
'Cause
out like that.
I'm in the B column. I think that is
It
like
didn't
the
work
way
out
she
like that.
does everything is like always from a
Mhm.
position of I'm giving you support and I got your back. And the reason why she got your back is because it's easier for her to stab you in the back from the back. That's why she got your
Uh-huh.
damn back.
Exactly.
She 100% behind you.
Right. And I think what really started Christine turning against Cody was, remember when Christine went in the hospital to have Truly?
Hmm.
Just think about this. She went in the hospital and had Truly by herself. Cody was not around. And then
Right.
when Cody did come and see her, he had Robin standing around the corner.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah. Well, even the fact he had Christine in the hospital bed about to have the baby, this is something I used to talk about all the time. Like Christine at that time had already had a miscarriage, which
Yep.
almost killed her. Like the previous baby right before Truly, there was a baby right before Truly.
Yep.
The baby almost killed her. Like that delivery
Uh-huh.
almost killed her. The miscarriage almost killed her. So with that in mind, Cody decides that his wife in the hospital, who's high risk pregnancy, is in the hospital because she's high risk pregnancy. Because remember, they have babies at home. They don't
Mm-hmm.
usually have babies at the hospital. But the reason she had a
Right.
baby in the hospital is because she's high risk. But while
Right.
she's in labor, Cody decides that I got to go get some schmecking off my
Uh-huh.
Diesel Jane model and want to get huggled and buggled with her. So he leaves his high high risk in labor wife in the hospital by
Uh-huh.
herself so that he can go over and say, hey, how you doing? And sit there and cuddle up with Robin. Like that's
Uh-huh.
crazy to me. And then
I
at the
think,
same time, both of them will say that I don't know why everybody is saying
uh-huh.
that he preferred me and showed me preferential treatment. Duh, that's why.
Well, and another thing too, you remember during the Christmas time when he went and bought all them kids in Robin's house, many bites, but
Mm,
he could not pay for his daughter to have surgery. You remember?
yeah,
Christine
I do
had to
remember.
get up Christine had to hustle up the money by asking people to help her.
Right, right. Yeah, did she do a GoFundMe for
She
that?
did a GoFundMe. Yes, she did.
Oh wow. Okay, I
She
didn't know
sure
that. I
did.
wasn't sure
She
that
did.
that was the
She
case.
did
But
a
yeah.
GoFundMe. He could buy all
Oh,
those mini bikes. You know, mini bikes ain't cheap. He look
uh,
at all the mini bikes he bought, but he couldn't even give any money to help his daughter in surgery. And then they had the nerve to say, "Well, can she go up to New Jersey by herself?" You remember that?
right. Yeah. Yeah, he wanted to go. Well, first he told her that she shouldn't get it, that she
Right,
could wait, that she could
right,
wait a year or 2 years. And even her daughter, his daughter, Isabel was like, "Well, I mean, it's not like he could get any worse, unless, of course, it does, which it had already been getting worse, which
right,
is part of the
right,
reason why she needed the surgery in the first place, and it was so necessary that she get the
right.
surgery." But when she wouldn't back down from getting the surgery, Cody not only wanted to punish Isabel for getting the surgery because
Hmm.
he didn't want her to go, he wanted to punish her by making her go by herself. But that was also to punish Christine. This is my feeling that he
Yeah,
wanted to punish Christine by telling her that she can't go. So it's like, I can't go, you can't go. She's gonna have to go by herself, and you're gonna have to sit in this house by yourself because remember, Cody wasn't coming to visit them at the time.
right, right.
This is social distancing, and we got to film out on the porch because I don't trust y'all heifers. Remember that?
Yeah.
So you're gonna have to sit in this, send your baby across the country alone, and then you're gonna have to sit in this house by yourself, waiting to hear what happened to her. That is insane. Again, we're talking about the luggage rack. I'm gonna
Yeah,
keep talking about it. Who
yeah, yeah.
said that?
Mr.
I'll keep
Control.
talking
Yeah,
about
yeah, Mr.
it.
Control. But you know what get me is this: he couldn't go and visit his daughter in the hospital, but he could go with Aurora to have her ears pierced.
Right, right, right.
He's a horrible, 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 disgusting daddy.
Yeah,
You know what?
it's
I'm ready for this season to be over with. I'm tired of all of them. I don't want to see them no more. You know, I don't want to see Robin. I don't want to see Cody. I'm tired of all of them. They're
okay.
time. It's time for them to. It's time for them to go.
You gotta pack them up, huh?
It's time. It's time. 2025. They need to go. Bye, 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 y'all.
I heard that. I heard it.
But
What
anyway,
state are you from before you bounce, Renee?
can't you tell my talk from Atlanta, Georgia?
All right, all right. I thought I recognized, but I wasn't sure. You know where Alberton is?
Where?
Alberton, Georgia.
Yeah.
Yeah, my family's from Alberton. I used to down there all
You
summers.
Yeah, you deep south. You way
Yeah,
down yonder. You in the country. You way down yonder.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's country.
I live outside of Atlanta. I live in the suburbs in Gwinnett County.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
Familiar,
yeah,
familiar.
yeah.
Well, thank
I
you.
was born. I was born and raised. I'm a Georgia peach.
There you go. There you go. I knew you were gonna do that. I knew you were gonna do it.
Anyway, thank you for having me up. I like your show. I always like what you have to say because you know you keep it real. But
I
anyway,
appreciate it.
thank you. You have a good New Year's and you take care of yourself.
You too. You too. Thank you so much for calling. You take it easy down
I,
there now.
I sure will.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. That's awesome. Georgia Peach. I love it. I love it. But yeah, I mean, all facts given. Look, I'm gonna keep it all the way above. Like I said, I have concerns. I have concerns for the people, for, for the Seth Brown family. If you guys don't get it together, y'all gonna lose this show. Like 100%, 100%, you're gonna lose this show because you're gonna have like you have a high point where a lot of the people started watching it as soon as Christine left and Janelle left and Meri left and all these things are starting to come to fruition, and you're reaching a kind of a crescendo, and you're feeling pretty good about yourself. But if you don't start putting some meat on the bones, you're gonna lose this show. You're gonna lose this show. So, I mean, I agree with Renee. But let me see if Tanya Carter, Tanya, you here? Tanya, Tanya. Oh, so we're gonna go to Pete Carmel Cuties, and then we'll close out with Betty. Got you, Betty. What's going on?
Hi.
All right, Pete, what's going on?
Oh, not a lot. I just wanted to give you guys a little bit of a different perspective. So, I'm a former
Okay.
Mormon.
Oh.
And so, the reason that it may have taken them as long to leave is because their whole existence, like all of Mormon culture, focuses and runs back into the church. So, if you are a kid from 4 up until you get out, you're 18 years old, you're going to church activities on the certain days. The culture is that even your recreation is also done with the church.
Mhm.
So everything rolls back into it. The other thing is when you're in an abusive relationship, and it seems like he was never, like Cody, this is, he doesn't seem like the kind of person who would be physically abusive. He's mentally abusive. And part
Right.
of that, right. And so part of that is that they make you feel like everything is your fault,
Hmm.
right? You can do no wrong, or sorry, they can do no wrong, and everything, like all of these different things. And in granted, um, I I left the church. I was never part of a polygamist sect. I was part of your regular LDS, but there's a lot of that in the LDS culture. You find a lot of men who are very patriarchal. They're in charge and everything else. So I I always give them credit for actually recognizing that no, it wasn't their fault necessarily, but it was also his fault as well.
Right.
You know?
Not well, because I think that like I do take into consideration that as part of the faith, and one of the hindrances for them to leave is that it's like the Mormon Church. In fairness to the Mormon Church, isn't the only church practitioners that actually do that.
Oh
Like
yeah,
most
no.
most religions do the same thing, where they try
Right.
to encourage you to they surround you with activity
A-
connected to the church to prevent you from actually exercising anything outside of the church.
And that's
You know
very
what I mean?
true. That is
And
completely true. But
yeah,
when
and so from that respect, I will give grace to the Mormon faith, but I'll also say too that in some ways, the mental mistreatment. I don't know how many times I can say the A word, but the mental mistreatment that Cody put the wives through, uh, which is enforced not only from him as the part of the leader of the family, but it's also reinforced by the community, friends, and family and people
yes,
in the church that they surround themselves with. Because,
yes.
if they look out, it's normalized. So if they look out and say, hey, he's doing XYZ, you have people in the churches saying, oh, that's just the husband, and you have to bend your will to the husband, and you have to try to change the system from within the system, but you can't ever leave the system because that would be a sin and it would be bad and it would just reflect poorly on you. So you have a lot of that.
Yeah.
And one of the more damaging things, especially because the whole idea of like mental abuse and oh, I just said it, but the
y-
whole idea of that is, even though it's been around forever, it's a recent concept where it's actually a tangible abuse or
Yes.
mistreatment. I keep saying it, but it's mistreatment. You understand what I mean?
No,
Whereas
no, I
before, if
agree.
if a guy was to, or if a person who was in a relationship, a partner, was to put their hands on you, it's
Ex-
evident that it happened. And you can say, wow, depending on how bad it was, especially if you go to the hospital and you get treated for those physical bruises, abrasions, breaks, so on and so forth, then people could look at that and say that, hey, you're being mistreated. Where it's hard to see somebody who is hearing nasty comments and is being torn down emotionally on a daily basis, and they're put into a situation where they're always questioning whether they're making the right choice, whether they can make their own choice, whether they're doing something that's acceptable, whether it's unacceptable, so on and so forth. And part of the damage in these types of mistreated treatment relationships is that you lose a lot of the you lose yourself, your sense
Yes.
of self in these types of relationships. So it does. So
I
from that respect, I guess a long way around it. But from that respect, I can see where it is very difficult for you to leave because you don't know where you are, and
exactly.
who you are and how you fit in the world. So I agree with that.
And on top of that, and it's not, and you're 100% correct. Most churches do pull you back in. But so I joined the church later, I joined the Mormon church later in life because that was what my husband was. Um, and I'm no longer with that person. So I've seen a lot of different churches. And when I say that everything flows back to the church, I
Mm,
mean everything. When you need help with something, you're going to the church. If you're Now, I will give them, they have some amazing social products or programs where they provide assistance for bills. Now, this is the regular Mormon church, right? They
mm,
will provide you with food. They have their own food banks where they actually, part of what, your tithing and things like that that you give, it goes back into producing all of these products and accumulating those things so that people who are in need can go. It's almost like a grocery store, right?
right.
And the culture, though, is, I know, having family in both, in Utah, they view when they go on their mission is they're going to the mission field. And it used to be, and I don't know how much it is now, but since Cody and them are older, um, you're going to, no matter, even if you're going in the United States, you're going to the mission field. If you were going
Mm,
from Utah to Colorado, you're going to the mission field.
right.
And that us versus them becomes very predominant. Like, you want to find a worthy wife, you want to find a worthy husband. You Most of the time they're not allowed to date until they're 16. I know that was the counsel from my church, my bishop, is that 16 years old is when your kids will start dating and everything else. Cool. Um, and there were a lot of um, activities where it did, they promoted staying within so that you could find worthy people and you could find that mate much easier, because it's like going out into the mission field. That's like Satan's realm there,
Mm,
you it's a very, it's very more, I don't even know how to explain it, even not being in it. um it's a very odd, when people say cult, I don't necessarily agree with cult. However, there are a lot of things that are put in place and a lot of concepts that um don't really work in the real world. So let's say, like me personally, I'm having a horrible time in the church. The people are just not there. I'm divorced. I'm a little bit of a taboo thing.
mm,
But what you get told by other church members is, when you're questioning things, they say, the church is true, the people aren't. And that is the absolute motto for whenever you're having difficulties within that church. It's the church is true, the people aren't. So any problems you have goes back to the people. And that just takes all accountability away from the church and the church leaders themselves. So that's part of what my problems with it are. But it just goes to illustrate how much the the blame game is used even in that church.
right.
So
Well, you know, it's interesting because one of the things, have you been involved with the MLMs? Because I know
Oh,
they're heavy in a lot of the
every freaking body wanted me to sell something, buy something. You know what my favorite essential oil is? Chloroform. I'm telling you, it's it's unbelievable. Everybody's got an MLM.
right.
It
Well, because
from
it's
Go
no,
ahead.
go ahead, go ahead.
I was gonna say everybody's got something. You've either got Scentsy, leggings, there's some kind of natural products one going around right now. There was all of the oils, doTERRA, Young Living. Good grief. I can't even tell you. And it's unbelievable. And I'm not from Utah. I'm from back east. Um, and I was just floored at how many people sell MLMs in that church and think it's a
Right.
viable career.
Well, because it's the reason I bring that up is
Mm-hmm.
because one of the things that you said was when you are a part of the one of the tenets of uh, the practices of the church, it seems, was when you were having a problem or you were having an issue, it's not, was it, it's not the church, it's the people,
You got it.
right? And they have a way to distract away from that. One of the funny things about a lot of the MLMs is that when they encourage people to join it, like you said, a lot of the business itself isn't really a viable business, especially to the point where you're able to sustain that said business and more importantly, be able to take care of yourself and pay for your bills through that business.
Right.
Right. And one of the things that happens in each one of these MLM organizations is that they'll tell you that they have the training and the coaching and the practicing. You could be successful. And if you join and you're not successful, they never look at it and say, well, maybe this business isn't for you. Maybe this isn't a good fit. They just say, well, you aren't working the program enough.
Yep.
So, in essence, it's not the business, it's the person. So there are like the same way we can draw those kind of comparisons and parallels to why people stay in these types of relationships. There's also the same parallels and the same contributing factors which cause them to join these MLMs. So the reason I bring that up is because it's not just a singular thing, it's something that permeates through their entire life and lifestyles and
Yes.
how they view the world and move through the world, and how
You
they interact with people.
100%. And the big thing is you trust the people in your church more than you trust
Hmm.
people outside of your church because they're just trying to lead you astray. And that also goes with your MLMs as well, because
Right,
they're people you go to church with. Why would they sell you something that's bad or anything like that? So yeah, you're 100% right. It's a cultural thing that
hmm,
you're supposed to trust in that church with all your might. And
right,
it's not the Jesus or the God aspect that you're trusting in. You're trusting in their interpretation of the gospel. And
right,
it's like that's how much more deep it goes. It's like you're already looking at something different. And when people approach you with, well, this is different, they're taught to double back down on what they believe. And it gets really hard to even have conversations with them because there's no again, it comes back to, well, it's the church, or the church is true, the people aren't.
right.
um no, and it's just that secular, yeah, that circle of
That's
problem.
cyclical.
Yeah,
Got
you got it. I got too many accents going on in my voice to they fight with each other. There are
you.
some words, my love, I can't say. I couldn't say it if I wanted to, and that's one of
I
them.
heard that. I heard
Um,
that.
so it's I don't know, and I still have people who are in the church that I find they're lovely, dear friends, and no matter what you're going through, well, God will be there for you. They'll be there for you, and it's like, well, yeah, but everyone else has already turned their back. It's
Right.
very it's a very weird thing. And with the, gosh, I know we were talking about mistreatment. I know well, at least 4 people just who were in my ward who experienced that kind of relationship. And
Mm,
when I was experiencing that kind of relationship, we were supposed to, you go to your bishop, you talk to him, you tell him what's going on. And I was told to go to marriage counseling. And they, well, granted, they paid for it. But the only thing marriage counseling did for that situation was teach my mistreater how to do it better, because these were the
right,
things that already bothered me, right?
right. Well, it leaves
So,
them. That's one of the things I've always said with, as we talk about like narcissistic personalities and things of that nature. In
mhm.
some of those instances, all it does is give them a better roadmap to all
Oh,
your weak points.
yes.
And if anything, it makes them more efficient with their mistreatment of their
Yes, it
partner.
does. And
You
so
know, so,
when in Sister Wives, when you see them going to therapy, I'm like, oh, all that did was teach him how to better control each one of them and how
mm,
better to pick them apart and pick each, how to inflict the right damage to the right wife so that they will all pick each other apart, you
right.
know? And that was, it's scary how much, how accurate looking back on it is to parallel with a lot of the other problems you see in that culture and that the Mormons in general. So it's interesting. And oh, I have a
No,
question.
sure.
All right. How did, and I am not 100% watcher of everything. If Cody was driving 5 hours to see her, how did they
Mm.
only meet in a church? How was their first meeting in a church? And
Well,
they were
because
meeting, but they also met in at a party. She just
right,
happened to
right.
be 5 hours away with her 3 kids.
Well, the smoke screen is real. Because what this is one of the things that I'd early on would kind of hedge my bet that. Well, I'll say this. In the beginning, I always thought the story sounded kind of hokey.
Mm-hmm.
But as I read the book and I watched the show and I listened to them talk about it, it just came completely ridiculous. The whole point was like in the beginning, we're told that she came down and she just happened to be visiting her cousin who
Mm.
went to the same church with the Brown family. And that's when she first saw Cody in the church. Like she walked past him, she looked over his shoulder, he was looking at her, she was looking at him, look at her, she walked on. And then uh he was talking like he was driving around the block with Meri, and they just happened to come across her cousin's house, and she was getting ready to leave and they were standing on the front yard, and Cody and Meri pulled up and everybody was talking and chatting, and she at that point she went back to she drove the 4 hours or 5 hours home, uh and Cody wanted to see her, talk to her, but she wasn't around. Then they had the party, and she came down for the singles party, and she drove another 4 hours back. Long story
So,
short,
did you
I
know?
think it just came down to the fact that she heard, because it's a church, and
Yeah.
when people are getting TV deals, like at your church, if
Mm-hmm.
somebody was getting a TV deal and they were going to be on TV representing your church, the people in the church would know about it.
Oh yeah.
And I think that as soon as they got the call that they were going to in talks with TLC to be on the show, all of a sudden Robin started making herself available down there. That she started driving 4 hours, 5 hours with her 3 kids so that she could make herself available to meet Cody.
I
And then
will
that's kind of
say,
where the story took from. So
I
I think
will
that's what it
say,
was.
I got you. I got you. I'm sorry. He,
Mm.
if you remove the other 3 wives from that equation, I could swear that was almost a Disney story tale. You know?
What is it?
Oh,
Well,
the meeting,
mm,
they meet, they see each other, they fall in love, they've got to meet again. Oh, it just happens to be. It's like a rom-com, man. Maybe not Disney. It's more of a rom-com. You just need to remove the Meri Janelle and the Christine out of it, and it's like a Christmas rom-com.
If you pull the show out, the prospect of them being on a TV show, if
Yeah.
you pull that out, then I would agree with you. But
Okay.
if you keep in the fact that they were like, if I go down and I play the lottery, and all of a sudden I hit the $1 billion mega million lottery or whatever it is,
Mm-hmm.
and then all of a sudden I just have a bunch of women who are showing up to
Right.
places where I'm at. That's not a a romantic coincidence.
Oh, no,
It's
no.
because I have $1 billion in the bank that all of a sudden I'm super attractive.
You
You
miss
understand what I mean?
Yeah, no, I totally get you, because I guess from
Yeah.
I misconstrued what I was saying. It's more of a, if you remove those women and it's their narrative they're now creating, you know,
Right. Right.
they're
Right.
making this perfect love story, and without including, if you take all that away, because it just seems so fake. And part
Right.
of,
Right.
you know, and looking at it as somebody who hasn't been super invested into it except for the last couple years, um, it's it's hard to understand, even now, seeing as little as I have, how they can create that narrative. You know, it
Mm,
cocks your, no matter what, it cocks your head to the side, and you're like, really? Wow. But you guys wrote a
right.
book, you did all these things. How are you going to change it now? You know,
Right.
it's,
Well, because I would say this, I would have if I met a young lady, and if I was a single guy and I was running around, I'm single, and I met a young lady, and she just happened to be in town because her cousin was, had a event at church or whatever, and we met at church, and she had 3 kids. I would be troubled if every time she turned around, she would drive 4 hours with her 3 kids to try to run into me.
oh, yeah,
Like that would bother me because
that's a
you
red
know,
flag.
right? Oh, I'm so amazing. No, it's like how much consideration do you have for your kid? And at this time,
Mm-hmm.
her kids were under 5, so
Oh,
you're driving 4 or 5 hours with little kids, putting them in
and
a car, driving them
and her
so
oldest
on
is
the
on the
possibility she would
spectrum.
meet a guy. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
So
no,
I
that
just,
ain't happening. I can tell
yeah, I
you, as
couldn't.
somebody who has a little, my oldest is on the spectrum. I'm telling you now, that's a hard one. You
Right.
know, that no.
And again, to me, the fact that you did that, like, because they did it, what, at least 3 or 4 times she came down.
Mm,
4 times she came down. Once in the church, uh, the lawn, then the dance. Then she came back to meet with the Brown family, and then she came back again. Like 3, 4 times you did that. Like, no, that's 3 hours or 4 or 5 hours one way. Like like you worked a job.
yeah.
That's a full day's work. If you went home the same day, like that's a full day's work. No, I'm
And
not doing that.
that's hard on those kids. That shows that
Mm,
she was thinking more about herself than the
right.
well-being of her own children. And I mean, even still, she doesn't think of her kids because of the way she's infatized her kids and made them,
Mm,
her older two, helpless. You know,
right.
she's created a narrative where no matter what happens in their lives, they're going to have to go back to her, right? They're going to
Right.
have to
Right.
come back to, Mama Bear. Well, I'll call her that, but the maybe it's the cow, I forgot. But
The
the
sacred cow, yeah.
the
Or the
sacred
royal
cow.
cow.
Yeah, the royal cow. They have to come back to her. And I I'm interested to see if they ever actually get married and date, because, and if they do, they will 100% have to get Cody's approval, because
Right.
if he doesn't approve of them, it's not going to happen, you know.
Right.
And that mama is going to be all in that marriage. That's going to be the mother-in-law from hell. Oh my
Right.
gosh.
Well, the reason for divorce is what that is.
Right?
That's the
Exactly.
reason for divorce.
Phew.
Because you can only have one wife.
Yeah.
You can't marry a woman and a mama. Like you have to marry the woman and love and respect the mother, but you can't marry the mother too.
100%. You are
Yeah,
100% right. So I just figured I would give you that perspective of that whole,
I
a little bit of
appreciate it.
that cultural side. And you ever need it, I'm probably usually around because I work nights, and that's why this is my Monday right now.
Okay.
So
No, I
every
appreciate you calling in. Let
oh
me
my
know.
gosh, Sundays
Give
are
them
my
that
exciting
perspective.
nights.
There you go. Well, we're excited to have you. Thanks so much for calling in. Appreciate you.
Absolutely. You have a wonderful rest of your night, sir.
You too. You too. And Happy New Year if I don't talk to you beforehand.
Happy New Year.
All
Bye.
right. Bye. Awesome. Awesome. See, we got the Mormons calling in. We doing it. We doing it big. But I appreciate a lot of the perspective that she lent as far as like the cultural difference. Because I think that a lot of us appreciate the cultural I don't want to call it shackles, but the cultural limitations that some of these ladies have, especially when it comes to the departure from the family. Like I appreciate it, I respect it, I understand what's going on, especially when you tie in the fact that Meri, she couldn't leave like her mom for a lot of years. No disrespect to her mom at all, but her mom was a big proponent on Meri staying married to Cody. So even if Meri went and said, you know, this is not going well, Cody's mistreating me, her mom was kind of you got to stick in there because she was a true believer, and so I mean we have to take that kind of into account. But again, I just like I think that it needs to be talked about. It's not bashing them. It just needs to be talked about because we have to no longer normalize this type of behavior. When we talk about like, I'll get right to Carmel Cuties and I'm gonna close out with Betty. But when we talk about this and we talk about mistreatment, especially like the physical versus the mental and the differences between the two, there was a time, there was a time not too long ago where now, like now, if the police show up and there's a domestic situation, they show up and they see that there's signs that something physical has happened, somebody's going to jail. That's how it is now. There was a time, and I'm not talking about like back in the 20s, back, you know, when black and white TV. I'm talking about in the 90s where you had people, you know, if something were to happen and the police showed up, they would come out, they would look around, and they would say to the, in some cases, it would be the fellas, let's be honest, it would be the guys doing it. The guy would be, you know, in there acting a fool. The police would show up. The missus would be standing there, eyes swole up, lip puffy, and they'll look at the dude and they would tell him, "Sir, could you take a walk around the block, please?" And he will walk around. Yeah, officer, I'll walk around the block. I'll take a job. Okay, I'll walk around. And he will walk around the block and he will come up. Nothing would happen to him. And part of the problem there is because his behavior wasn't something that we talked about needs to stop and was a course of outrage or a cause of outrage. What happened was you had half the, I won't say half the cops, but some of these cops who were showing up was doing the same thing at their house. So in their minds, they couldn't imagine a world where a man could be arrested for asserting himself at home. And it didn't change until we as a society stopped normalizing that type of behavior. So when I sit here and I say that I don't want to normalize this type of behavior, that I want to encourage people who are in this type of situation to leave this type of situation, I'm not criticizing people who are in this situation. I'm not criticizing the victims. What I'm saying is I want them to understand that what they're going through is not normal and is not something they have to tolerate or something they have to go through. I'm trying to say that I am standing with you in your decision to go and to leave and to empower yourself so you don't have to endure somebody else's crap. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that, oh, Meri's a horrible person because she stayed too long. I'm saying that she never should have been in the situation in the first damn place. That people who are around her should have pulled her coattails and told her, Meri, there's some crap going on and you don't have to tolerate this. This is some stuff that he's doing to you. You don't have to let this man treat you like this. That's all I'm saying. Same thing with Christine, same thing with Janelle. Janelle, you don't have to empty your 401k to make some man happy because he asked you to damn do it. That is not normal. That is not okay. That is not okay. It's not okay for you to be sitting there, your kids at home starving, broke down, walking around, damn, walking on the ground because they don't have soles on the bottom of their shoes. And meanwhile, here Mr. Cody Man is driving 5 hours to try to romance a woman and take care of her and her 3 kids that he don't have nothing to do with. He's so busy taking care of her kids that he didn't even take care of his own damn kids. This ain't normal. And you don't have to tolerate this. That's what I'm saying. I'm not coming down on them because they stayed or because this is the culture. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying this is what people are saying. I'm saying, but I'm just saying it as to why I address it the way I do. Because I don't want to normalize this. I don't want this to ever be normalized. And because part of me, I have children of my own, and it would break my heart, and I would be a damn inmate if I found out somebody was doing to one of my kids what these people were doing to these women and to their kids. I would be an inmate. Okay, I would be a cell. I'd be somebody's cellmate because there's no way in the world I'm gonna sit here and pretend like that crap is normal and it's okay. I'm not gonna do that. So that's kind of where I come in. That's where I'm coming from. I don't want to normalize it. I understand why people do it. I understand what happened. I understand why they stayed as long as they did. I understand that there are reasons for it. I get that. But I also want to be the one to say, this shit ain't normal. And this ain't right. Oh, he did what? Yeah, that ain't right. He was you in there trying to figure out how to take care of your family. Madison came out and said during one of her podcasts that they were broke, that they didn't know where their food was coming from. Right before the show, even when the show was shot, they were shooting the show. They were broke, and they were, trying to figure food out. And this man is taking resources from the house to go try to romance somebody else. You can't afford the family you have. Why the fuck are you in a car driving 5 hours, costing gas money and tolls and wear and tear on a vehicle that we can't afford to fix? If you want something to do, take your ass to work. 18 kids, 13 kids at the time. You want something to do, you got extra time. You want to spend your time doing something, go punch a clock because that's what we need you doing. I'm just saying, like, I'm, I don't want to go crazy. All right, we're gonna get back to some of these phone calls. Okay, I gotta cool down a little bit. Let me take a little sip of juice, a little sip of water. 'Cause I'm just like when I watch this, it pains me because I don't ever want this to be considered normal. I don't ever want this to be considered normal. I don't. It bothers me that we're happy about Christine leaving. We're happy about Janelle leaving. We're happy about Meri leaving. We're happy about how the 13 OG 13 turned out. They're doing well in life. Okay, rest of the dead with Big G's. But at the end of the day, folks, we got to keep in mind that one, the brown kids are an exception because they were allowed to get out, because they were given opportunities that they wouldn't have had if they not had this TV show. And we also can't forget that there are other kids who are in similar situations who are going through the same thing that these kids were able to sidestep and avoid. And I want those kids to understand that they don't have to tolerate this, that it's not normal that you go out on a date. I would never want my daughter to be with a man. Young lady called in earlier and she nailed it on the head. I would never want my daughter to be with a man who thinks that it's okay that she go and open her own doors, or she, when they go on vacation together, he has to make sure that he's comfortable. I don't want her to feel like that shit is normal. That's just where I'm at. That's where I'm at. So no, I'm not going to back down off of that. I'm not going to apologize for my feelings. I'm not going to say that it was understandable because he's the man and he paid the bills. I don't give a shit. If you're a man, if you're a man and you have a wife, you make sure that you're there not just to make sure you're the king of the castle. Part of that is a responsibility. If you want to take that way and you want to play that game, that's a responsibility, meaning that it's on you to make sure that she's taken care of. Not just if somebody break in the house, that bullshit excuse that a lot of the manosphere use. Oh, if somebody breaks in the house, the man got to go down and defend the house. That's how many times your house got broken into, bro? And if your house getting broken into that much, then you need to go punch another clock so you can get your wife into a place that she can be safe and secure and be at home, possibly by herself, and not have to worry about some fool breaking in the damn house. How about that? But more commonly, you want to make sure that she's okay. So if you go on vacation, again, we're gonna talk about that damn luggage rack. All right, coming to the stage next, we got Carmel Keys coming up. What's up, Carmel Keys? How you doing?
I'm good. A little nervous to go after that little rant you just did,
I
but
apologize. I know I went bananas. I'm sorry. And there's something
no,
that hit me the wrong way.
you know what? It's all good. Sometimes I feel like people need to hear it. I've been on my you keep doing what you're doing, you're gonna keep getting what you're getting rant when it comes to those in my
Right?
life. So I kind of feel like that ties into a lot of what we've seen tonight. I'm
Right.
not gonna lie. I took some notes, but after Peeps, the last caller called in, I kind of have a different perspective in looking at it because I'm.
Okay.
I'll start with Cody and his selfish piece of shit ass. My bad for cursing, but
It is what it
if
is.
I
It's
could
one of them kind
go
of
on,
nights.
if I could go on the TV screen, I would molly whop him from one end to the other, just for myself, not even for the OG 3 or 13. But I'm over Robin trying to cry and recreate history and that she's the victim. And I'm not even going to touch on her girls because I just think there's something odd going on. I don't know if it's an episode to
Mm,
get out and they in the basement needing to blink twice for help or what the case may be, but I'm not even going to touch it. But when it comes to Meri and Christine and Janelle, I love Christine dearly. I think she's always been one of my favorite wives on the show, but I'm over it with the whole wedding
mm,
situation. Like we've seen it, we've seen the wedding special. I think we're now caught up to everything that we already saw at the end of last season. I strongly feel like maybe they are replacing some recording that they'd already done because maybe more of the kids were in it. Maybe they're not trying to fully touch on Garrison's death. And if that's the case, it's understandable. I'm not the police to patrol on grief and how people are supposed to handle it and deal with it, especially when they're on
right.
television. But in Mary's case, I was gonna go hard tonight, but after hearing the last caller, I think I'm gonna actually give some grace and just say that for her legal marriage to be over 10 years ago, to the point where she still solely felt she believed in her heart she was still spiritually married, and the point that she gave her marriage to Cody spiritually didn't look any different than Christine's, Janelle's, or even Robin's at that point in time. But
Mm,
I'm a little over hearing her repeat these same stories. Jen, that's an awesome friend to have. That woman's got the patience of a saint because I'm sure she's probably tired of hearing it too. I think when it comes to it, they're deeply rooted in their religion. And I'll say that nicely to say that, yeah, Christine might have been the first to leave, but it still took a lot to get Christine to even do that.
right. Mm,
Janelle, I'm not even sold 100% that she's going to stay gone because she's done this in the past. I know it was in the book that she's left,
mm,
she's come back. I think Maddie said it in her podcast. At one point, her mom had left for like 5 years. Uh, I don't know what possessed her to come back other than having all the kids that she has with him. Because at the end of
right.
the day, it was mostly Janelle who was the breadwinner in that family, not Cody.
Mm,
So she left and proved that even with 6 kids or 5 kids or however many she had at the time, that she can do that on her own. She didn't need to come back to the family. She damn sure didn't need Cody. But
right.
I think I'm hitting my limit with watching the show. And I think having a week off this past week for the holidays was probably the break that we needed. But to come back and to see what happened tonight my nerves were shot. Not gonna lie.
He say he ran the
I'm
course. You know what? I hate to say this, but I feel where you're coming from because I was saying the same thing. Like, I wasn't initially going to take the week. I needed to take the week because I had some things that I needed to do around the house. But
mhm,
I initially wasn't going to take the week. But once it started, I was like, you know what? I could feel like some of my commentary. I was like, it's coming from an angry place, and I
mhm,
need to just step away for a moment because it's just starting to get nasty. Like I'm gonna start, F Cody, blah, blah, blah. So I need to just step away for a moment so I can get a clearer look at what it
yeah,
is I want to say and how I want to say it. But I agree with you that I think that a lot of what is the big drag on the story is that it seems like they're trying to nuance us through like every switch and turn and every change of thought that they had for the last 2 years from 2 years ago, where
mhm,
they are now. And this whole season actually could have been done maybe like they could be updated the whole thing to where we are now, present day, within this one season. Like they don't need two
correct,
seasons to get us caught up. They could do it all in one
correct,
season if they cut out some of the superfluous bull stuff that they have
right.
going on now. So I agree with that. And again,
I
if
don't.
Cody and Robin, if you watch this episode, I'm telling you, if you don't start putting more into the pot, you're not going to have nothing to eat because the storyline you guys are rocking is weak sauce. It's straight weak sauce.
It's past weak sauce. I think they know that. I
Mm,
think production knows that. But I think because Cody has his little hissy fits, probably off camera and behind the scenes, that they're scared to push the envelope and piss Cody off. I say at this point, piss him off. What's the worst that's gonna happen? Y'all gonna end the show? From what I was told or what I've read, they were only signed on for 20 seasons in this last contract anyway. So it's not like we were gonna get something past the next season of filming anyways. Piss them off. Who
right.
cares? I
No,
mean,
I agree.
from what I'm seeing on Reddit and everywhere else, like the viewership is they losing their numbers. They're not TLC's front running show any longer. So in order to even keep a little bit of audience you guys have been keeping, it's time to give us something different. And I think we all are kind of anticipating this season just because of the. Oh, let me backtrack and say that because that sounds rude. I won't say we're only holding on because we knew that they had a tragedy in the family to see how it may portray on television, but the fact that we've been 2 years behind since hell, since shortly after the move to Flagstaff, if you want to be real, by the time we're even caught up in the season, we already know everything that's been going on. So it we lose interest even watching. But some of us are still
Right.
crazy to hold on and just watch. I don't know. I mean, in my case, all my other Sunday night shows are pretty much on hiatus. So I don't really have nothing else to watch on Sunday night. So I'm just like, all right, I can still figure it out. Plus I enjoy coming on and, watching your live and seeing all the commentary as well. But eventually it's gonna come a time where I'm not even gonna cut on TLC on Sunday nights. And I'm sure that's
Right.
gonna stand for a lot of other people as well.
Right. I mean, in fairness, like when I started the channel, I started with 90 Day Fiance,
Hmm.
right? And watching 90 Day now is like some of the shows I don't even watch because they're just so dry. And it's the same like regurgitated done over, overdone thing over and over and over again. And it's
Hmm.
starting to feel the same way with Sister Wives. And all it comes down to is just production laziness and the laziness and the taking for granted of audience. So you just
Right.
take for granted that people are going to watch Sister Wives because you put out a new episode and you put out a new season. And I'm here to tell you that that isn't enough. That you will kill the golden goose if you don't start putting something on, putting meat on the bone, you are going to lose your audience flat
Right.
out. You're going to stop watching it. It's just not enough.
Yeah, well, we'll see where. I mean, I'm to the point now where I'm like, when are we gonna see Janelle move to North Carolina? When are we
Hmm.
gonna see, what's the next step? Because hell, now McKelty and Tony have moved out there. And from what I've seen from their post over the holiday, so has Peyton. He's now moved to North Carolina. So
No,
I'm kind of
that's
just
never a good sign.
everybody getting
When
out of
the
either
whole cast
Utah.
moves to one state, that's never a good sign, and you don't live in that state.
Right.
That's like if you showing up to work, and all of a sudden they move the office to a building across town, and you don't have the address. You don't work there no
Nobody
more.
gave the memo. Right.
Yeah,
Exactly. Yeah, I don't know. When
so
it
maybe they
comes
are
to
getting
it
rid of
though,
Cody and Robin.
I mean, from what I've heard, I think I don't know what I don't really watch her channel much anymore, but Backwoods Barbie, Amanda, whatever she goes by now, had said it a while ago that she believes that Cody and Robin may try to come out with a vow renewal or some type of wedding series. And it sounds like they're slowly trying to creep up to that possible storyline. I don't want to see it
Hmm.
if it happens. I probably won't watch it. Hopefully, one of you guys will, and I'll just pick up on the commentary later because I could care less. Like, I'm overseeing Robin and Cody on my screen overall. And the
Right,
fact that they're grasping for straws on what their storyline is supposed to be, give me a break. I didn't believe Robin standing on that little square in the snow that she even gives a rat's patootie about Cody's other kids and his relationship with his other kids. I believe that was solely just for the show. I think tonight, I mean, I have a 21-year-old who's off in college 3 states away, and trust and believe, I've never sat with her to interview pastors on what church she wants to go to. I mean, I might have gone with her to sign the FAFSA form so she can get scholarships and financial aid, but
right,
the hand
right,
holding and just I don't even call it being an overprotective parent at this point. Like, the whole storyline last season with her going to get her ears pierced when they were pierced when they did the recommitment ceremony already. So it's like we're just over it at this point. Cody and
hmm
Robin on a date to retell the whole how did we meet and you sent things through my body. No, you sought that family out. You purposely tried to, seduce this man or whatever else. I just feel like she's an opportunist, but so is Cody. So like
right.
Negla
Well,
said,
a
that
match made in heaven.
they work well together, and it sucks that they scammed and screwed the other three wives out of their marriages, their experiences, and the other 13 kids out of their father. But at the end of the day, them two deserve each other, and whatever misery that they need to wallow in, let them have at it. Because once the show is gone, we'll see how long they hold on to that new $2 million home that they just got into.
Right, right. Well, fix it up and
So,
sell it. That's that might be the move that they gonna make. They gonna flip it, to try to get some
right.
money out of it and move into like a little townhouse. But
No,
I
yeah,
I agree with you. I think that no, go ahead.
no, I was done. That's all I was gonna say. Sorry.
Oh, okay. No, I agree with you. I think that Robin and Cody they have to start adding more, and if they want to be reality TV stars, they have to be willing to let people into their life and see what's going on with their life, so that
Right,
you actually have content. If you don't
right,
produce content, you don't have a show, and you're going to stop getting these free handout checks. That's all it is. Like at this
yeah,
point, they're just getting handouts, and I 100% agree. Like because people come on my channel and it said the same thing. And I've heard through the grapevine that they were talking about doing a recommitment ceremony as well. And the thing with the recommitment ceremony, anything they do, what are you recommitting to? You guys are already, you've had two weddings. You already had two weddings. You had the wedding we saw, then you had the wedding right after Meri got divorced. You can't tell me that they went into that building and they just signed some paperwork and all of a sudden they married. That's bullshit. Because
right,
what they did was they filmed that for the show so that they would have something to show on the show. But you can't tell
right,
me that Robin didn't bring her kids down there for the wedding that she had with Cody. And they had a whole wedding. They didn't have a big fancy wedding, but they had a wedding. They
right,
when they got married legally, and it wasn't on TV, and maybe that's what they're salty about. Maybe they want to be on TV and have their wedding filmed. But again, I'm with you. Like your love story is already your love story. You guys are already together. You've already been married. You're already pretty much monogamous, even when you had three other wives. So what am I watching you get married again for? This will be your third wedding on the show to the same person. What are we doing? You know what I
You know what
mean?
I think
What are
it
we
could
doing?
be? They got to keep up with the Joneses. So because Christine got
Right.
a special and Christine and David got what they got. So now all of a sudden Robin and Cody needed to,
Hmm.
even though they've
But
already
here's
had it.
the right, and here's the jacked up part. It's not just the fact that Christine and David had their wedding and they got their own special. It was how well that special was received. So even if
Right.
you guys get your own special, Cody and Robin get their own special, and they have like the special after season wedding special for Cody and Robin. When that thing does like Christine's thing might have went gold as far as like the viewership was concerned. When
Hmm.
Robin and Cody shit goes cardboard, you know what I mean? Maybe it'll top out at aluminum. You
Right.
guys are just going to be mad about that. So don't even set yourself up to be angry. Why are you doing it to yourself? Nobody's watching that. I might watch it because it'll be content for me. But for the fact that I have this channel and I'm going to talk, and I guarantee that when they do it, I'm going to talk about them bad. It's going to be
Yep.
bad. So
Yep.
don't do it to yourselves. I don't want to do it to you. I'm telling you.
No, we all want you to do it to him. So we'll be waiting by.
Don't do it to yourself. It's like you're asking me to make fun of you. Like that's all that
Right.
is. So if
So
you
they
do
can
it,
they'll cry about it
you know,
afterwards.
right? Just remember, you wanted this. That's
Right.
what I'm gonna say. You wanted this. This is what you wanted. Okay, you got it. Because it would be ridiculous if you did it.
Right. Well, I thank you, James. I appreciate your commentary after every episode. I appreciate even the lives that you do with, the Sister Lives on Mondays with Reality Squad. And it's definitely given me a newfound reason to hurry up and get off of work so I can run home to watch it. So I appreciate you. I thank you. You have an amazing New Year's. If I'm not on
You as
tomorrow, if you
well.
guys have it. But um, I look forward to my Sunday nights with you guys.
Awesome.
So.
Awesome. I appreciate you coming and helping out. One of the fab marvelous moderators in the house.
Hey,
So thank you so much for your help with that, and I appreciate you. I want you to have a fantastic, very prosperous New Year as well. Hopefully,
thank you.
anything that you want to accomplish and you haven't accomplished, hopefully you get it next year coming up. This is your year.
You know what? It's already happened. I got blessed. I
Okay.
got I got an official job offer from a government position that I didn't even apply for. I didn't even have an
What?
interview. They pulled my resume. So I'm just biting time at my current job to the 27th to start something new. So I'm excited, I'm happy, and I'm ready to get this new year started.
I heard that. But you know what? Not to get, since we doing the whole religious thing with the church episode, I only got one thing to say. Won't he do it? He do it. Won't he do it?
Yes, won't he do? Yes, he will. All day.
But that's
Thank
awesome.
you.
Congratulations. Fantastic. I love that stuff. I love that kind of stuff. That's awesome.
Thank you.
All right. You have a fantastic evening. I'll talk to
You
you soon.
too. All
All
righty.
right. Bye. That's fantastic. That's what I'm talking about. See, sometimes when you do good work, you don't even know people watching you. That's what I like. You don't even know people watching you. And you turn around and then here comes somebody like, hey, I've been checking you out. I've been seeing you do some things. I've been seeing you do some things. Let me go ahead and bless you with this. I wasn't even expecting it. That's all right. I love that kind of stuff. Oh man, makes my night. Makes my night. Um, big shout out to Caramel Cuties with the. Hold on a second. Hold on a second before I do that. Yeah, let me give Caramel Cuties a little something something for her. Yeah, a little round of applause. What? Amaze balls. But yeah, I want to appreciate everybody. I want to appreciate everybody. What is going on? You know, it must be late. I don't even know what time it is. Wow. Okay. I want to say thank you to everybody who called in, everybody who participated, and everybody who's done that. And thank you guys so much for being cool. We're gonna close the night out with Miss Betty. Miss Betty in the house. What's going on, Betty? How you
Oh,
doing?
hey, my sweetie, how are you?
Doing well,
Oh,
living
we had a
large and
wonderful.
willing, I see.
Huh?
I said living large and willing.
Oh, girl, yes. You know it. I hope you had a wonderful holiday. And make
I
sure you eat some
did, I
black eyed
did.
peas. You got to have one scoop of black eyed peas for the new year. I almost forgot
Yes.
you tonight, baby, because I was cooking, getting ready for it.
Uh,
I forgot it was Sunday,
it
and I
was
didn't
party
touch no
time. I
bread.
gotta get ready for the party.
Yo, you know it. Harley Jean, sit down. Uh, I missed most of it, but I only came in because of your commentary. Because let me tell you, you have the best commentary. I love y'all so much. But
Oh, thank you.
when we're talking about him stealing the money, he didn't do it. Not only did him and Robin not do it alone, people are going to come for me. The ladies allowed it. They allowed it.
Mm,
I'm sorry, but if I know you're a drug addict and I leave drugs sitting in my bathroom, prescription pills, and you come in and you go to the bathroom, I know you're going to take it. And to me, it's like they
mm,
just left their purse wide open and said, have some more. All of them, all
right.
three. And when you talk about, I know people are going to come for me. I try to have great Meri. I'm so proud of Meri, Janelle, Christine. They left. Hallelujah. They got the snap, crackle, pop moment finally. But
Mm,
they were also lazy, emotionally lazy, because my mom, God rest her soul, she did the same thing. She was with a married man for 20 something years. And I say lazy
mm,
because it was so much easier for her to give control to him. And you got a lot of strong ladies in your chat. You got some strong women that get up every day. They do their hustle, not just for the job. They do it for their family, for their kids, and they get up day and night and they are putting the hustle in. They know what
mm,
sacrifice is. And I'm not saying the ladies didn't sacrifice, and yeah, they had kids, but you had three ladies, three. And they look at this little pipsqueak with the body of a toad. What in the hell? And they gave over their control. They gave over their children. They watched their children suffer for years. Peyton, everybody talked about him having problems. Well, yeah, he was acting out emotionally. He was being
right.
neglected. And you had
Mm,
all these children. They're emotional. Janelle's going out to work because she already said it so many episodes. She did not want to be at home, so she went out to work. When they brought in Robin, those women knew. Three women knew that they did not have the resources to feed those children healthy meals. Ramen noodles is not a healthy. I mean, it'll get you by when you broke.
mm,
He was driving a sports car while they're driving a beat up car. Probably no car insurance. God forbid they ever got in a car accident. No health insurance.
right.
And I just, sometimes I think it's easier. And I was raised Baptist. And God, you know, when them Southern Baptist preachers try to beat that shit in your head. But you got to have the fortitude, mental, physical. And 15 years, and then suddenly they're going to bring in this new woman. Janelle going to give over her 401k. They sold her, and in Vegas, they sold their homes. They literally put the
Mm.
money in. Janelle knew she wasn't fucking pardon my language, freaking stupid.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Tonight is one of them
I mean, she
nights, so
wasn't
you're fine.
stupid. She knew because she even
Right.
said that her name should be on the deed. Well, why in the hell are you still giving him your money? You are not
Right.
stupid. It seemed like their snap, crackle, pop moment. All three of them came when the children got older. When
Mm.
they hit that 17-year age, other than truly, now suddenly they find liberation. Now they find they're strong enough. They're going to take back their strength. But it was only after the children got adults. I
Mm.
would love to be a fly on the wall and know what what the conversation is between the adult children and the damage they think they haven't done, they've done. Because
Mm.
you're you're an example. As a mother, you're an example. As a father, you're an example. those children had to watch. And if they were such great mothers I'm not being, they are good mothers. I don't mean it that way. But when Cody was talking about adopting Robin's older three, since they're so concerned about him being such a great father and keeping the father in the life, that's why they put up with all this shit. Where was, the compassion, the concern to make sure that those three had their father in their life, and to step up to Cody and say, you know what, it's wonderful you're going to be a father figure, but you don't replace their father. Where was the other women's mental fortitude to say, you know what, we wouldn't allow somebody to come in and take your place, so you cannot take this man's place. They, keep that open door. It wasn't there. They all ganged up on the man. It's like, oh, well, he's just a piece of shit. He's not worth it. And then they allowed Cody to just run ramshot. I mean, he's a little piece of shit. But he didn't do it alone, and he got so comfortable. And the only reason he got so comfortable is because they allowed it.
No,
and I mean, maybe it's because I came from the wrong side of the tracks. But I watched my mom do it, and
I would say this. I think that, like, I get where you're coming from, and I understand the sensitivity and not wanting to victim blame in this particular situation. I get that. But at the same time, this is what I'm talking about when I say I don't want to normalize.
yes, I
don't
get you.
want to normalize you being mistreated or treated a certain way and you taking it. What you had referred to before was how you watch somebody be mistreated or watch things happen. And there was years ago there was a song from the American poet DMX. That was called "Walk with Me," and there was a verse in the song where God says, "I watched men beat on my mother my whole life, so when I hit my baby mama, I thought it was all right." You understand what I mean?
Oh yeah,
You learn from what you
from what
see.
you see.
And he said, and what he talks about it in that very song, he says, if I'd have woke up and dudes was gone, I would have known that all the hitting was wrong. And what it comes down to is that there is a point where, if we tolerate things because we think we're strong enough and we come up with all kinds of reasons as to why we'll tolerate it, we're not just tolerating it and showing our kids what this type of strength looks like. We're also teaching them what's acceptable, because it's acceptable for somebody to put you in a situation where you have to tolerate certain levels of mistreatment. And I think that that's part of what I'm hearing you say, and this is part of what I have even
Yeah,
said
that's
in the
exactly what I'm
past.
saying. It's like you are the example. You cannot, and the only I think they're lucky that their children are strong, but I don't think it came from the mothers. I really don't. I think the mothers are drawing their strength from their children to finally say, okay, I've had enough. But I don't think that if their children were still willing to accept it, because Janelle's even said that had Cody treated a half-ass, not even a decent, but just half-ass father, she'd still stay. Well, where was your outrage when, and she even went on the 3-month date after he didn't call Savannah for Christmas, didn't even acknowledge her. I mean, hadn't talked to her, didn't give her a present. And then you're talking about you went on a date after 3 months for her birthday? What the hell? So then you're teaching your daughter that it is perfectly acceptable for I have a friend, I'm fixing a hush because I know you're exhausted, baby. And my friend gets mad at me, and I really don't give a shit because she knows I'm going to tell her how I think. But she knows me. But her son is down with her ex-husband. Well, they're not even divorced, but husband. And he's bringing in 3 women a week. I watched the kid grow up, so I consider him like a grandchild. And I told her, I said, that's bullshit. You need to put your foot down. This man is literally bringing in one woman one day, one woman the next day, and another woman the next day. And he expects this 15-year-old kid to keep his mouth shut so that there's no strife in it. And he's also teaching this child that it's okay. You just lie to women, you treat them that way. that he has a daughter who's not down there because I really threw a fit. And I mean, I get on the phone with the man, and he knows he don't like me because I'll tell him, like, you're being a hoe. I'm like, what
Right.
purpose does that serve to teach your son? If you want to hoe around, do it. Go get a motel room, but don't bring it to your home. It's like, I'm sorry, but he's older. He's almost 50 years old. I'm like, someday that sucker's going to fall off, and then who's going to take care of you?
Right.
I'm sorry, that was inappropriate.
No. It kind of reminds me of like an old saying. Like, I've always held that if you're going to do the wrong thing, there's the right way to do the wrong thing and the wrong way to do the wrong thing. And in most situations, there's rules to the game. Like, you have to adhere to the rules. So bringing people to your house violates the rule. You don't bring people to
Yes.
your house. You know what I mean? Don't embarrass your wife. Don't put it in her face. If you're going to break the rules, you got to break the rules properly. I suggest you don't break the rules because your life is a lot easier. But if you're going to act a fool, don't be a
Be
total fool.
smart.
Don't be a jackass on top of it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Bring
they're
it to the
separated
house.
because she's up here with me in Wheeling and he's down in Natchez. But it's just a point. It's like but you let your son go down there, then you need to lay some ground rules. Period. Same as the
Right.
3 women. I mean, I'm sorry. I still feel like they did not. It's just coincidence now. Their children are all grown wrong. Shit. Can't talk tonight. But it seems like they suddenly, like, what was it, 2 episodes ago when the surgery started happening, that's when Christine decided she was leaving. Then Janelle after, but their children were pretty much grown by then, and that's when their children started expressing their opinions. And it was not in favor of Cody, that then they found their strength to suddenly leave. So, I think they had to make a choice at that point. When they say their children are him, it could have been a choice their children gave them. It was like, I'm not doing this. If you choose to
Right.
stay in this, I'm done. I'm not. I left my mother's home at 17, and I never went back because of it. I mean, it's like, if you're going to choose to do this, I'm gone. And I left,
Right.
and he never went back because I'm like, oh, hell no. Especially when he decided he was going to be able to tell me what to do. It was like, excuse me, sucker? I don't think so.
Right.
But I watched my mom be controlled like that. And I'm like, why? You were strong enough, and you're wasting your life. And I feel like they wasted 90% of their life. So, and when I say they're lazy, and I mean, I don't mean like maybe not physically lazy, but emotionally, it's easier to give him control and be like, I don't want to deal with it. So hell, I'll just let him do whatever the hell he wants. Same
Well, I
thing.
think but I think that there's a point too where it's an acknowledgement of it being difficult. It's hard. Like, nobody is saying, like, I don't think anybody is saying, I certainly am not saying that leaving is easy. I'm not
I'm
I'm
not
not
saying
even
that either,
pretending that
but
it's an easy thing to do, right? But there is a point of fortitude that's required for you to be able to make that hard decision. And I've even said on the show that, like, previously, that when we talk about these ladies, I think that it's a good thing that they left. I think they should be
oh, I
celebrated
agree.
because they left, and that's awesome. But at the same time, we have to always keep in mind and acknowledge that there are women, I say women, but there are people who are in similar situations who don't have TV shows, don't have their own house, don't have a place to go. But look at this situation, look at these relationships and say, you know what? I can't do this. And I'm going to pack me and my kids up and I'm going to go try to find better ways somewhere else.
That's what I
And they
mean.
leave with nothing
Exactly.
but the clothes on their back and maybe a suitcase if they lucky. And
And
they
I
go try
guarantee
to figure it out.
you've got some of those same strong ass women in your chat that have had to make that decision. And
Mm,
you know what? I would love to see one episode with all 3 ladies where they sit down and they talk about their aha moment, how it led to it, like from the beginnings to the end, not just, oh, well, because we were in the church and it was, no. Talk about the truly mental stuff that you went through. I mean, I understand that it's church and all that, but on one hand, on the other, something changes when you become a mother.
Mhm.
It's here. When you become a father, it's here. You already know that you will give up your life for that child. And everything you do from the moment they're born till the moment they're no longer in your house and beyond is for that child's future.
Right.
And for you to be the example of what, and they're a cheerleader. How can you be a cheerleader when they're looking back at you and they can't cheer and they're so disappointed in you because you
Mm.
allowed all this to happen to them? Like, I
Right.
mean,
Right.
Maddie has a wonderful podcast, but you can still hear so much bitterness that comes through.
Mm.
And, and it's sad that she's still got, I mean, it taught her something how she wants to live, but she's just one child doing it. What about the
Right.
rest?
Right.
You
Right.
know,
Well,
and
'cause
the
I
funeral
think
trips they paid for it wasn't really worth it.
right, but I think part of the struggle that some of the kids have, especially in this faith, and I guess maybe even Peeps or somebody from the Mormon faith could probably expand on this a little more. But from what I saw on the show, and even from what they were saying in the if you read between the lines, so much of their family structure is built around the comfort and convenience of the husband and father.
Yeah.
So the kids, in that respect, take a back seat. And it's not just in the Mormon church, because it's not really fair for me just to point to the Mormons or the AUB,
It's in
because you
a
can
lot of
see this,
churches.
yeah, a lot of churches, a lot of communities where so much is put on the importance of a young lady. We'll just say man, man in this instance, but so much is put into the importance of a woman having a man that she puts herself and her kids behind the needs of that man. And so everything is about serving him and what he needs. And like I keep bringing up this damn luggage rack, but it's for me it's so emblematic of so much of what I'm saying. The fact that his expectation was I should be comfortable and you should have to just pick your clothes up off the floor or struggle with your suitcase or whatever the case may be so that I am comfortable. And these ladies just accepted that because I got to make my man comfortable and
That
make
yeah,
sure
I
he
don't
feels
get that.
appreciated.
But but
It's
that's just
crazy.
not even in that religion. There are, I mean, it doesn't have to do with just religion. I mean, I've seen other women and men even, not just women. I've seen men
Right.
take it to get walked all over. And sometimes it becomes a self-esteem, but like, oh, well, I just got to do everything I can to make them happy. I just got to do whatever I can to make them happy. If that means I take less, I take less. I just need to make sure they're happy. And like I said, I mean, I put it in the comments. My husband, we're from different sides. Like he's from the good side of the track. I was from the bad. We're still married
Mhm.
40 years later, but I mean, we have a partnership. We get up every day and laugh once a day. We wake up laughing, and if we get mad, I'm hollering up the stairs at him, he's hollering down, and then I'm making dinner. So it
Mhm.
works. But when we first got married, he went out with his friends one night, his only night out, and we both worked graveyard. I said, "Oh, okay, go ahead." I nailed every damn window shut, and I butter knifed the door because them butter knives work. If you do them in between the door jam, you ain't getting in.
Mhm.
It was the ghetto system, but he didn't come
Yeah.
in. And even when we had
Right.
kids, I mean, like I'm a little on the. I get mad and I get even. So I mean, like same as when we had kids and he was being lazy and taking advantage, which he'll tell you. I was doing all
Mhm.
the. I mean, we both worked jobs. I was doing the laundry. He come home, throw them clothes on the floor, and I told him one more time, see what happens. I didn't really do it, but I took some old t-shirts. When he came home, I had a bonfire in the yard. He thought I was burning all his clothes. I said, I warned you to do it one more time. Scared the shit out of him, but I didn't really do it. But I wanted to
Right.
prove a
Right.
point. I'm not the maid. Well, I know you need to go to bed, babe doll. I
No,
love you
I
so
appreciate it.
much.
All right. Well,
Miss you.
thank you for calling in. Love you too. And make sure you have a fantastic new
Oh,
year.
you
Make sure
too,
you
baby doll. I just
hopefully you
miss
get
y'all so
everything you
much.
need. All right.
Girl. I hope y'all don't get some of these winds. I know you're up there in Philly, but we're getting 40-mile-an-hour winds down here.
Ooh. Ooh. It's actually nice up here tonight. Like it's crazy. we had snow last week, and it's pretty nice out now. So I don't know
We
what the
had
hell's going
snow,
on with
and
the
then
weather.
it went to 60 degrees,
Yeah,
which is why I
It's
can't talk because my happy butt was definitely outside, and I'm out there watching the wind going, feeling like I could fly. I could dream, I could
right,
fly. Well, you have a
right.
wonderful evening, baby, and it's so
You
wonderful
too.
to
You
see you.
take it easy.
You be
All
safe
right.
and have a wonderful new year. I hope everything goes great.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
All right,
I'll
baby.
see you
Night
later.
night.
All right. You
You know you
stay out
will.
of trouble. Awesomeness. Awesomeness. I will say this, like Betty, like she said, y'all might come after, some folks might come after, but it is what it is. Like I celebrate not just these ladies' victory, but I also celebrate anybody's victory who takes it upon themselves to take control of their lives, their situation. So it's not, I think that Christine and Janelle and Meri are a symbol for people who may be trapped in these situations. But I also acknowledge that there are other people who are not in uh, situated as well as these ladies were when they decided to leave. Okay, we can sit around and squabble about the fact that they were making six figures and they were dumping a bunch of money, and Cody and Robin took advantage of these ladies. But these ladies were also in a better situation than most people. Like most people who have two incomes, they're better. Some of these ladies singularly are doing better than people with two incomes. So I celebrate the fact that not just them, but I also celebrate the ladies who have decided to take that leap and step out of those types of relationships. Those men who are in these types of relationships, because it's not just ladies, because this thing goes both ways. So the folks or people who are trapped in these bad situations and they decide that they no longer want to take it, I want to make sure that I have their back and tell them that they're doing the right thing, because it is hard to do, and when you do it, there is a point too where folks who leave these situations, they have that point where they ask the question of whether they're doing the right thing. It's scary. It's scary to walk out of these relationships. And again, I'm not trying to play it down like it's easy to do. It's easy for me to tell you to do it because I'm not the one that's going to have to figure it out. But at the same time, I just want you to know that it's possible for you to do. And when you get to the other side, even though it's a scary step, first step, the other side will serve you so much better. Just the fact that you can go to bed at night and not have to worry about some fool doing something to you in your sleep or trying to blame you for something that's not your fault or your responsibility, or you trying to make that person feel better about themselves because they feel like they failed in life or they're not achieving the success that they want to achieve in life. And so they're trying to put it off on you because you're the reason why they're not doing everything that they needed to do and they're not fulfilled when it's clearly their damn fault, right? And there's something else Betty said. I will say this, iron sharpens iron. Since we're on the old, old religious kick, there's a saying that they used to say in church all the time: iron sharpens iron. And what I mean by that in this context is that as a partner, if you just go along with everything your partner does, then you aren't being a good partner. If you ask those questions and you press those issues and you make them be responsible in places where they might not be responsible, you make them consider things where they don't consider things, then you're being a good partner. When Christine, Meri, Janelle, Robin all sold their houses in Vegas so that they could go out to Arizona. And nobody asked questions about why we should sell a house and how we're going to live, how we're going to survive. We're going to buy a piece of property out here on Coyote Pass, and then we're going to develop that property and build all these houses, and we're going to decide what to do, and it's going to be easy. And nobody said, well, how the fuck are we going to do that when we don't have any money? How are we doing that with no money, Chief? What are you talking about? You gonna develop land? Well, how much is that going to cost? You know what I mean? That's being a good partner. That's being a good partner. going along with stuff, and part of the challenge, and I'm not just going to blame them because a lot of that, I've said this before, a lot of that falls directly on Cody because of the leadership that he said. You want to be the leader? This is how you be the leader. You have to you want to not only have people who are going to follow your orders, but you want to surround yourself with competent people where you can develop a team, not just followers, but a team of people who are going to challenge you, ask questions. That's how you make things happen. People who see angles, people who see things that you haven't considered, people who bring those things to the table and challenge you on how are you, okay, we're going to buy this land. Okay, cool. So we're going to go broke trying to buy the land. If we're going to go broke trying to buy the land because we don't have enough money to afford the land outright, how are we going to develop it? We don't even have the money to pay for the land. How the hell are we going to develop it? And when we do develop it, how are we going to put houses on it? Oh, it'd be easy. Okay, explain it to me. Easy. If it's easy, it's easy for you to explain it to me. You know what I mean? And then like even that last meeting, like this is one of the challenges too. You know, I don't know. This is one of the challenges too, is that I've always said, like when they were sitting around the table and they were writing the checks to pay off Coyote Pass, and Cody's name was still on all of it, and Robin's name was on 3/5 of it. You know what I mean? My whole thing was, why didn't you say before I give you another damn check, we need to redraft all the names on the lot and put everybody's name on the lot. Everybody who's contributed and put in an equal part. We need to have equal ownership of all parts of the land. Full stop. Or we need to get somebody out there, appraise it, and break it up. But there's no way I would have gave him another. Like you're not getting another damn nickel out of me until we fix this land. And to be honest with you, that should have been something that was talked about before they even got into it. I think even Negler talked about it. Carmel Cuties talked about it. You know, we had a lot of folks come in and drop that tidbit. You know, and that's just kind of where I'm at. So I just I don't want to bash them for leaving. I don't want to bash them for surviving. I don't want to bash them for how they left or when they left. I just want to kind of where Betty is. I want to encourage people who when they start getting mistreated and you realize things going left, don't wait 15 years to go. Don't wait 30 years for things to get better. You know what I mean? Don't no. Challenge them. Challenge your significant other. Iron sharpens iron. So if they can't answer those hard questions, and it, because as much as like I'll say this, like just the inside baseball story time, well, inside baseball. So there's not all the time, but every once in a while, my wife will ask me about something, and I'll be like, all right, I got it. And then she'll ask me about it again. And she's like, James, you get sometimes you get frustrated because I asked you about something. And it's not that I'm frustrated with her per se, right? But I recognize the value, even if I do get frustrated, I recognize the value in having somebody who's going to check me and make sure that I'm doing the right thing. That's valuable. That's valuable. I'm not perfect. I'll be fucking up all the time. Right? It is what it is. And everybody who tell you they don't is a damn lie. Pardon my French. I've been cussing this whole live. I don't even know if this thing's gonna be monetized, but it is what it is. You know, but it's valuable to have a partner who will pull your coattails because when they pull your coattails and they bring things up or they remind you of things, and it might not be the time that you want to hear it, but they remind you of something, it helps you do something that's very important. Get shit done. Sometimes when you get angry, yeah, I mean, anger is good because when you get angry, shit gets done. Okay, and it's more important that the necessary things get done than it is for you to feel comfortable and feel satiated because you have a partner or 3, 4 partners who are following you behind, kissing your behind, making you feel good. It's better to have somebody who is saying to you, this doesn't make sense. Why are we doing this? And you being frustrated because you have $2 million, potentially $4 million, those homes in Las Vegas, $4 million plus dollars worth of real estate. And your wife is saying, why are we selling this potential $4 million worth of real estate to go and chase a dream and some pixie dust out there in Arizona? Why are we doing that? That's valuable, not just mentally, physically, emotionally, but that's also financially valuable to have that kind of challenge. So that's kind of where I am. Uh, Teresa, we are on our way out. I'm sorry, I lost my mind. Teresa said, I thought we were on our way out. That's why I said good night. Too soon, I guess. James is a lunatic. That's the problem. Like even Betty said, James, I know your ass is tired. You got to go to bed. I do, and I am. But I just wanted to get that off my chest. I had some stuff I want to say. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff that I noticed on the show, and I've been thinking about. I've been kicking around. 2025 is going to be the real deal, Holyfield. Buckle up, Buttercup, because we getting it in. All right, it's going to be unfiltered and unadulterated. Like no more, no more. We're not pussyfooting around no more. Like it is. It's going to be what it is. We're going to put it where the goats can get it. Because I think that in some cases, some of the stuff gets lost, and by pretending like it's not what it is, this gives rise and the opportunity for Robin and Cody and people like that to come back and try to redefine things that we've already seen, tell us that we don't know what we know, and try to tell us that the things that we watch happen didn't actually happen and we didn't actually see it. And it was something else, and we somehow are too stupid, too ignorant, or unobservant that we didn't actually see what we saw. I'm not going for that. And because they don't respect me and they don't respect, and I'm feeling like they don't respect the audience, I am no longer going to sit here and pussyfoot around with the idea that, you know, Robin and Cody are just misunderstood. Like, we're not doing it. I didn't really do it before, but it's going to get way worse. So stay tuned for that. I'm going to be back tomorrow with Reality Squad and Sarah from Reality Squad and Sarah Spills. Make sure you subscribe to my channel, subscribe to her channels, hit that like button. Let's get these likes up. I'm only getting 400 likes, but make sure you hit that like button on your way out. Guys, we're coming back tomorrow. I'm releasing videos all week. I'm going to do videos on Sister Wives. There's some stuff I want to talk about as far as 90 Day Fiance. They have a bunch of guys who are on this show, guys and young ladies, who basically are trying to use their position to force intimate relations with some of their paramours from these other countries. And I want to talk about it. I want to talk about it. So we're going to have a conversation about those things. There's some stuff on Love After Lockup. I saw there's a video I want to comment as far as a young man who was caught doing the wrong, wasn't necessarily caught doing the wrong thing, but his association came into play. He was hanging out with some people he shouldn't have been hanging out with. They were arrested, and he was standing in charged for a crime because they found stuff in the car that he was riding in. I want to make commentary on that. We're going to, like I said, we're going to expand the channel a little bit. We're going to talk about some different things. Hopefully you guys are able to come back, join me for some of the good time, because we're going to have nothing but live, interesting interviews and conversations on this channel where we're going to talk about way more than Sister Wives. But when it comes to Sister Wives, ladies and gentlemen, I got to tell you, it's going to be, it might get gritty. And the rest of this season, it might get a little gritty. So, like I said, be ready for it. But that's my take, guys. Oh, before I go, I want to make sure I give a huge shout out to everybody who participated in the call-ins, everybody who participated in the chat. You guys keep the chat live. I see some of the messages as I'm going through it. I'm having the conversations and I'm doing my little rambling. I see a lot of the conversations where you guys are giving some insights as to your personal experience and some of your wisdom, and you're sharing it with the group, and I appreciate that. you being honest and telling people about some of the things that you went through, some of the struggles that you had is so important because it not only helps to pull some of the burden off of you for carrying that by yourself, it allows other people to share that burden with you and they help you carry it. But two, you can also give encouragement to people who may be going through similar situations to you, but we don't know anything about it because you know how it goes and they need to hear that good testimony from you. So I appreciate you guys sharing your stories and your positive outcomes in the chat and talking about what's going on with you and how you dealt with it and how you got past it. So I appreciate you guys. I also want to give a huge shout out to the moderators, always keeping it live. I got Lizzie B in the house, old school, coming back. OG Lizzie B. Then I have I saw Brittany, not Brittany, in here. She was the Rocket earlier. Then we have Carmel Cuties holding it down. She called in everything. She's a jack of all trades and making it happen. So I appreciate you guys for coming in and taking that burden off me because you guys, without you guys, it would be so crazy difficult for me to try to moderate the chat as well as do and conduct the show. So I genuinely appreciate you guys. I want you all to have a fantastic and wonderful new holiday coming up on the New Year's. You know what? I know there's always that point where folks say, you know, like with me and this craziness that I got going on, you know, I'm going to change at the beginning of the year. Guys, if there's a change that you need to make, don't wait till the beginning of the year to make that change. Make that change today, and we can just start throwing it on the tab for New Year's. But change what you need to change today. Make a way today. Don't put off what you could do today to what you could do. You know, don't put off for tomorrow what you could do today. You know, because procrastination is the killer of achievement, and it will destroy your destination. So let's knock that out. Take care of things. I want you guys to have a safe holiday. Remember, traffic safety takes no holiday, people. So keep it safe. Keep it on the road. Make sure you do your designated drivers. And if you don't have a designated driver, Uber, Lyft is always an option. Thank you guys so much. Let me give you all something. You way out? Oh, well, you're way. All right. And I want to thank everybody for participating. That's my take. I'm James. This has been My Take on Reality, and I'm out.